It needs to be resolved. It needs to be addressed.
When you hear about it happening at a school again, what goes through your head?
I mean, for me, the statistics start running. It's likely this gun was purchased legally. It's likely it was not stored properly and a child took it. I heard that it might have been a child, a sixth grader. I mean, just how preventable this is, how preventable these incidences are, how we should pass gun safety legislation and lock up weapons and, put background checks, require background checks on every single gun purchase, ban assault weapons. And until we do those things, this is going to continue happening.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that you guys were both a part of that. Again, we do have confirmation that 5 people have died from this shooting situation at Covenant Christian School. MNPD does say the shooter is now dead. But for now, reporting live from Green Hills, I'm Amanda Chin, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Okay, I'm going to motion this way.
Thank you.
Right now, we are standing in front of Covenant Elementary School. Here you can see the massive police response. This is a preschool through 6th grade school here. It is a Christian private school. And again, we are confirming 3 children have lost their lives, as well as 2 adults after an active shooter opened fire. According to Metro Nashville police, we have been watching emergency response vehicles drive up and down, in and out of the school parking lot since we arrived on scene a couple hours ago. That includes armored vehicles. You could see this ambulance exiting the school parking lot at this point. I did speak to a neighbor who tells me at around 10:15 or so, she heard multiple gunshots, a series of at least 5 gunshots. I'm going to let this ambulance pass out of the way here. The neighbor tells me she heard 5 gunshots in succession at around 10:15 this morning. After that, she tells me within minutes, police arrived on scene, and then she heard more scattered gunshots and saw a lot of activity outside of the school, different police and first responders obviously running around the area trying to secure the scene. We do know that the active shooter or suspected active shooter is dead at this point. Those 3 children were confirmed to have died from gunshot wounds after they arrived to the Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt University. We do know that 2 other adults as well have lost their lives. If you follow me down this way, you could see a large, again, police and first responder presence here all up and down the road bordering Covenant Elementary. That's Harding Place that we are on right now. It is in the Green Hills area of Nashville, a very residential, quiet, seemingly quiet neighborhood. There is a fire department right nearby, which potentially aided in the very quick response. And again, emergency vehicles just lining the road here, all up and down for several blocks. And this continues to be the scene as we are outside of Covenant Elementary School. I'm going to send it back into the studio for now. At this point, again, very sadly confirming 5 people, including 3 children, have lost their lives after an active shooting here at Covenant Elementary.
They need to come back to you, Kelly?
Okay. Who is anchoring this?
I don't know.
Okay, I just don't know if I'm tossing or someone's.
You're on.
Okay, we are here in front of Covenant Elementary School. Behind me, it is a Christian Presbyterian school where an active shooting happened this morning at some point after 10 a.m. A very active scene right now with many emergency responder vehicles. As you can imagine, police, armored vehicles, ambulances that continue to come in and out of the elementary school behind us here. It is a pre-K through 6th grade elementary school, a private Christian school. Again, Metro Nashville police confirming shots rang out, fired off by an active shooter sometime after 10 a.m. this morning. I'm told by a neighbor that she heard about 5 gunshots in succession within minutes. Police, SWAT teams, other first responders were on scene, swarming the school outside, she said, and then she heard sporadic gunfire at that point. Very sadly, we have confirmed that there are 3 children who have lost their lives after getting shot in this incident. They were transported to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, where they did succumb to their gunshot wounds. We are learning as well that 2 other adults have been confirmed as losing their lives as well. That is about what we know at this point. As you can see here, it is a very large, very intense police presence. We know that TBI is here on scene, as well as the ATF, many different agencies working together at this point to secure the scene. We also know that children are being reunited with their families a few blocks away from where we are here at the school. And that is an ongoing effort there. We also have crews at the hospital as well. As you can see, first responders walking back and forth. We are not allowed on the actual property of the school at this point, but we've seen armored vehicles.
All right, that's Kelly Avellino reporting for Fox 17 News. I'm Jennifer Waddell with this breaking news in a special edition of Fox 17 News. We're going to send it out to Don Aaron right now, a spokesperson for Metro Nashville Police Department. Let's listen to Mr. Aaron and the latest update there.
We know at this point that this shooter is a female. She appears to be in her teens, although her identification has not been confirmed at this juncture. We know that she was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. We are efforting now to identify her. She entered the school through a side entrance and traversed her way from the first floor to the second floor, firing multiple shots. We now know that there are 3 students who were fatally wounded, as well as 3 adults inside the school. We are working to identify those victims. Including the shooter, a total of 7 persons were killed as a result of this morning's incident at the school. By 10:27, the shooter was deceased. The officers had engaged the shooter by 10:27, and she was deceased. Again, I said the first call came in at 10:13 this morning. We'll have more details to give you later in the morning. Chief Drake will be here in a bit. Now Kendra Loney from Nashville Fire.
Fire department crews are dispatched for active shooter incidents as well, for medical support, but also for an RTF response, which is a rescue task force response to go in alongside of MNPD response. Our crews were right there on the scene to provide medical aid to any survivors, but also be there for victims so that we could try life-saving efforts in this case. So we went in as soon as it was safe for our responders to do so, to try to provide life-saving efforts for those that were impacted by this incident and this tragedy. Our crews were able to be on scene to pull out those that had viable signs of life, those that were still showing the option to be saved, and we did make transport of 3 individuals and 3 children, and then 2 adults that were taken from the scene. Our crews then set up a reunification unit. That reunification unit is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. That's where parents can go to be reunited with their children. All of the remaining students were able to be escorted out of the building with faculty and staff. We're not sure about the processes that they had in place, but we were on scene to help them mitigate anyone from seeing exactly what else was going on, but we're sure that they heard the chaos that was surrounding this. So we do have mental health specialists and professionals that are at that reunification site for both the students and the families that are going to be affected by this today. Our OEM units were able to provide buses to make transport from the Covenant School to the reunification site. We had one bus that carried 74 students and faculty staff members to the reunification site, and an additional bus that had 34 students on them. So all of those persons were carried. It was difficult for us to kind of identify who was just there as part of staff for the church versus who was there for the school, because it's all housed in one building. But at this time, we were able to get that number of persons transported out of the building and into that reunification site. So that is where parents can go to be reunited with their students. There is a hotline being set up for parents to call, but right now that is where they should go, 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church. Additionally, we do have a debriefing site set up for on-staff or personnel who are working this incident, and there are mental health professionals set up there for them as well. There was one police officer that was injured with a hand injury as a result of making an attack on this incident. But other than that, there have been no additional injuries to first responders or personnel responding to this. And as Don mentioned earlier, we will have further updates coming later on in the afternoon.
So on a typical day, there would be about 209 students inside the school and approximately 40 to 50 staff members, about 42 staff members. I'll take just a couple of questions before we go back.
Clear. So there's 7 dead, and then nature of injuries, how many injured, do you know? That maybe are being treated still, or injuries? I know first responders weren't, but...
An officer had a wound from cut glass. That is the only other injury that I'm aware of.
Do we know if the injuries to the students, are they critical or in a condition?
The 3 students are deceased. The 3 students who were shot are deceased. 3 staff members who were shot are deceased. That's a total of 6 victims. And then you have the shooter who was engaged by 2 of our police officers, part of a 5-member team, and she is deceased, for a total of 7 individuals. There are no other gunshot victims, non-lethal, that I'm aware of at present.
Do you know how many people were shot? Do you know how many people were shot before the police engaged the shooter?
No.
Do you know if they shot anyone after they engaged the shooter? Do you know if the shooter was able to shoot anyone else?
Did the shooter have any connection to the school that we know of?
We do not know who she is at this juncture. We're trying to identify her. She does appear to be in her teens. Again, with 2 assault-type rifles and at least 1 pistol.
Do we know if there are threats or previous recent incidents that just back up to the school or the church?
No, I'm not.
Was there an SRO or an SSO working at the school?
No, this is a church that operates a private school. There was no Metro Police personnel assigned to that building at any time.
Don, do you know if either of the 2 adults that were shot maybe confronted the gun?
You said 2?
Yeah, the adults that were
No,
shot.
there are a total of 3 adults.
3 adults.
3 adults who have been fatally wounded.
Okay, one of them being the shooter?
No.
No, okay, so 3 total. Do you
So
know
let me go over this again.
Okay.
You have a total of 6 victims, 3 students who are deceased, and 3 adult staff members from the school who are deceased. The shooter herself makes 7.
Do you know if one of the 3 adults maybe confronted her?
I do not.
All 3
The teachers.
There is video from the school that we are viewing now to try to learn exactly how all of this happened.
Can you say where the victims were located? Were they in the hallway, in a classroom?
I cannot at this juncture. As you know, 5 of the 6 were transported. So we will get that information later in the day.
Did police engage with the shooter inside a classroom or in the hallway? Do we know the location?
It is an upper level part of the school. It's kind of a lobby type area. It was not in a classroom per se. All right, we'll be back shortly with more detail. We'll tweet out, give you a 15-minute or so notice before the next one, okay? Thanks.
So that was Don here.
You were just listening to Don Aaron, a spokesperson for Metro Nashville Police Department, along with leaders from Nashville Fire Department, giving us the latest updates on what we now know is a deadly shooting at Covenant School in Nashville. In the event that you are just now joining us, I'm Jennifer Waddell. You're watching Fox 17 News and a special edition here of this breaking news. Confirmation from Metro Nashville Police that there are 6 victims, 6 people who have died in this school shooting in the heart of Green Hills, just outside of downtown Nashville. Confirmation that 3 of those victims were students at the school, 3 are adults. Also getting new within the last couple of minutes, information about the suspected shooter, who also is dead. Metro Police saying that it would appear to be a teenage girl. They did not give an exact age, but said that that young woman came into Covenant School with 2 assault-style rifles and 1 handgun, came in a side door, went into the first floor of the school, and then up to the second floor of the school. Again, 6 people killed in all. The shooter is also dead. Metro Police and Nashville Fire making a very quick response earlier this morning. We have news crews on the scene right now to bring you team coverage. This has a huge impact not only for the families who are connected to Covenant School in Nashville, but every parent, every adult who is watching or listening right now, who has ever known a child in school, feels the heartbreak and the concern and the panic that is connected to these tragic shootings. I mentioned have team coverage. We've got Kelly Avellino, who has been reporting for us live at the scene. And we also have Fox 17 News' Amanda Chin. We want to join Amanda now. I believe, Amanda, you are not far from where that news conference just wrapped up. Tell us exactly where you are and what you've been able to learn in the last few minutes.
And we just heard from Don Aaron, the spokesperson for the Metro Police Department, who just gave us a timeline of events. However, he did confirm that there were 6 victims. 6 of those victims, again, are now dead. 3 children and 3 adults. And he also confirmed that the shooter is dead, as we reported before. Now, I will read to you the timeline of events. Again, we just heard from Metro Police. 10:13 a.m. is when they got the call of that shooter. We did learn that it was a female shooter who was firing. Officers went in and found her on the 2nd floor and fatally shot her at 10:27. Now, there were 5 members of the Metro Police Department who went inside Covenant School in Green Hills. Again, like I mentioned, the shooter is a female and she does appear to be in her teens, but we cannot confirm the identification yet. Again, this is all coming from Metro Police. Now, Metro Police does say this female shooter was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. Now, she entered the school through a side entrance, and again, as we told you, 3 students who died and 3 adults died who were inside the schools. Again, we are working to identify the individuals who did die. Metro Police is still working. They're looking through video right now of exactly what happened and what transpired. Now, again, there are more details that they're going to give us. We still don't know the relationship with this female shooter, if she was a student, if she came inside the school. We still do not know that yet. Metro Police is still working on that. Now, there is a reunification center for parents of Covenant School at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard in Green Hills. Again, that reunification center is 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. Now, the remaining students have been escorted out of the building with faculty and staff. They were transported by school buses. That school typically has around 200 students inside the school and approximately 40 to 50 staff members during the day. Again, we do have confirmed that there are 6 victims in this shooting, and we will continue to keep you updated as we learn more information. We did get word that Chief John Drake should be arriving on scene shortly. But for now, reporting live from Green Hills, I'm Amanda Chin, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Amanda, thank you so much. And joining me now as part of our team coverage, we got Megan O'Halloran. Megan, I know as soon as you found out about what was going on, you rushed in. That sense of concern and panic for these families that are just going through the worst possible moments.
It goes through your head, oh no, not again. And we have Jackie Del Pilar. She's out at the Reunification Center there in Green Hills. Jackie, what can you tell us?
Megan, I just got here about 30 minutes ago, and as soon as I got to the scene, we were in the parking lot along with other media, but within just a couple of minutes, the lead pastor came out of the church and asked us to please get off the property, just give the families a little bit of space, which we completely respected. We've moved off to an area to give families room to reunify in the parking lot without us being right next to them. As soon as I pulled up to the scene here, I pulled over to a road beside the church, and in front of me was a father and a daughter getting out, and she was wearing the school uniform and she had tears in her eyes, and that really just hit me. So many students, so many families affected by this. If you'll bear with me just a second here, I'll give you a wide look at the scene. This is the church here. We've got families standing on the steps. Earlier there was 3 school buses here with people getting on and off. I saw a group of adults coming off of the bus. I wasn't sure if they were coming from the school or if they were law enforcement. Here, let me zoom in for you real quick. Again, just bear with me just a second here. You can see that's a big group of law enforcement getting briefed and working on the scene here. I've seen lots of different law enforcement. OEM is here, Sheriff's Department, Metro. Here, if you'll look this way, we've got an ambulance here as well. Lots of high emotions, a lot of families here wondering what's going on, waiting for any kind of updates here. And I'll give you another wide look here just at the area. You can see lots of cars here. Parking lot is full across the street. Traffic's not too bad right now, but every now and then it'll be bumper to bumper with folks trying to get through here and trying to get here and just get some more information. Again, you can see folks walking into the church here. This church has been established as a safe place for families to come. The pastor told us they are all grieving. They are all very emotional, obviously. I've seen a lot of, like I said, when I first got here, I saw that young girl in her uniform. I've seen other children like that coming here in their uniforms with tears in their eyes, just in complete shock and high emotion of what just happened to their community. You know, these families came to school today. It's a beautiful sunny day, expecting, just another Monday, and then was hit with this complete tragedy. Now, I will stay on the scene here working to get information for you all, speaking with families. If they're up for it, I'm not going to be too aggressive trying to talk to anyone because I know they've just been through so much, but we will stay here on scene and gather information for you throughout the day as we get it. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that update. Jackie was talking about what these family members are going through, waiting to be reunified with their children. I been talking to several parent friends here in the Nashville area, one who has a connection to this school and said that the parents did get the text message alerting them to the situation. And as of about 20 minutes ago, they were still waiting to be reunited. They describe that reunification area understandably as chaotic right now. And by the way, the reunification is happening on Woodmont Boulevard. It's at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church. And Megan, you and I were just talking about what a busy, well-known part of town this is.
Well, that stretch of Green Hills always congested with traffic. It's right across the street from the mall. And as you can see in this video here, people are walking, some of them carrying their children out, but there are some people that are still waiting for information. 4 adults, 3 children dead, and parents just waiting for information from authorities, hoping that their kids were able to make it out safely.
Right. We did hear Don Aaron, the spokesperson for Metro PD, talking just a few minutes ago. One of the things that he mentioned was that there is video that they are working to review right now from the school. Now, remember, this is a church school. This is a relatively small faith-based school that goes up K through 6th grade. All right, so you've got little ones, 4 or 5 years old, all the way up to maybe 11, 12, 13 years old. You mentioned about 200 students there at that school-based church. And the video will help police understand how this happened, but the why,
of course,
is going to take time, and we may never fully understand.
Now, let's get out to Caitlin Miller. She's live at Vanderbilt Medical Center, where some of those patients were transported. Caitlin?
Yes, we're outside at Vanderbilt University Medical Center right now, where officials are being told that most of the patients are being transported. Now we continue to hear sirens, Metro Police and ambulances come through the area. Again, we can't confirm that that's directly related to the shooting, but I'll step aside so you can see what's going on right now outside of the emergency room. Not much activity right now, but like I've been saying, we've seen consistently Metro Police cars and ambulances coming through the area. We did reach out to officials to see what is the latest with more patients involved, but Metro Police did confirm that at this time, 3 children, 3 adults, and the shooter are now pronounced dead, and we will keep you updated out here as we hear more. For now, reporting live outside of Vanderbilt, I'm Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, and news just coming in. Let's go out to Kelly now. Kelly Avellino, she's out at the scene with the very latest from there. Kelly.
Well, we are standing outside of Covenant Elementary School here, where an active shooting took place this morning. Heavy police presence continues here as vehicles are now exiting the school property. I can tell you we have confirmed that, very sadly, 3 children have lost their lives. An additional 3 adults have lost their lives. And the shooter, we're hearing reports that the shooter was a female, was also shot and killed by police. So at this point, we have 6 victims from this shooting. Again, 3 adults and 3 children. Those children were transported to Vanderbilt Medical Center, Children's Hospital, and they succumbed to their injuries after arriving at the hospital. If you take a look down this way, you can see a very large police presence, all types of first responder vehicles here on Harding Place, which is the road here right in front of the school. This has been the scene all morning long since we have gotten here. You can see some traffic is being allowed through, but very little at this point. Other nearby schools, we are confirming, have been on lockdown. We have multiple agencies on scene, including Metro Nashville Police, as well as the ATF and other agencies working to coordinate this investigation. I'm just going to step out of the way here as these vehicles are driving back up the road here into Covenant Elementary. It is a preschool through 6th grade private Christian elementary school. And again, as we are here taking it all in, there are 6 victims at this point, 3 children and 3 adults. I did speak to one neighbor who told me at about 10:15 or so, she heard about 5 gunshots from her home right across the street here. She says momentarily, within moments, first responders were on scene, and there was a lot of action, a lot of people running around, swarming the top area of the parking lot. She then heard more scattered gunshots, and we've been getting more information at this point from officials. There is a reunification area for Covenant Elementary families to pick up their children not far from here. We also know we are awaiting a press conference from Metro Nashville Police to learn more details about exactly what happened here. But again, we know that 6 people have lost their lives, 3 of them children, students here at Covenant Elementary, 3 of them adults. And the shooter, a female, we're told, was also shot and killed by police. I'm going to send it back into the studio for now.
All right, Kelly, thank you. And just to recap, the initial call came in the 10 o'clock hour, just 2 hours ago. Nashville Fire tweeting out that they were responding to an active aggressor there at Covenant School, which is a Christian school in Green Hills.
And then what we would go on to learn from both the fire department, from Metro Nashville Police, from the TBI. I mean, we have got every local, state, and national agency that you can think of on this case right here convened in Nashville. And this is most certainly, not the reason that you want to have to bring you this kind of coverage, but unfortunately it has happened here at home. Now, I want to point something out as we kind of get a reset here for you, in case you're just now starting your time with us here. 3 children at Covenant School in Nashville and 3 adults killed in this shooting. We do have one other death, which brings us to 7, and that is the suspected shooter. Now, according to Metro Nashville Police, a young woman, they've not given us her age just yet, they said perhaps a teenager, right, came into this school through a side door this morning, armed with 2 assault-style rifles and 1 handgun, went into the first floor of this church-based school went up to the second floor and was shooting the entire time. Finally, agents come in, they respond and killed the suspected shooter there.
And when they did engage with the shooter, we learned that one officer was injured. Right now, they're reviewing that police tape to gather some more information. From there, we know that alerts went out to parents of the school. They set up the reunification where parents are able to come get their children and obviously get them to safety. Of course, there are parents of 3 children that are going to get the worst news of their life today.
And I was just, Megan, you saying that made me think about all of the other families who will never be the same. The families whose children survived today, who will never be the same. They will never go to school again the same way that they did this morning. As a parent, and it hits close to home, but as a parent, when you get up every morning and you go through the same routine and you're getting the kids ready for the school day, you don't ever want that thought to go through your mind. And tragically, the families of those children are dealing with a nightmare. And you think about the adults who were killed today. Were they teachers? Were they other staff members? Those are things that we're still working to find out. We have their families who are grieving the unimaginable right now.
It should have been just another Monday morning, and certainly it's taken a turn, and I'm just wondering what those parents are going through that don't have information.
Yeah.
If they don't know yet, or do they know?
Right.
And we don't know.
Yeah, we were hearing from some parents who were in that waiting game, that painstakingly long waiting game just to find their children. They did get that alert, like you said, but then you get to this reunification center, which is understandably chaotic, and you're just waiting to hold your child, to hug your baby, and to make sure they're okay. So you were talking about information. I do want to let you know that we have heard from Governor Bill Lee, who has been assessed of the situation. He has been briefed on what's happening, and he has come out and said that he's monitoring. And I'm going to quote him here. He says, "I'm closely monitoring the tragic situation at Covenant." He says the Department of Safety, Highway Patrol are helping our local law enforcement right now. He says, as we continue to respond, please join us in praying for this school, for the congregation, and for our Nashville community.
And we are learning more about the investigation that's underway. Police are looking at that surveillance video. That's going to be crucial. We are hearing it is a female shooter. Also hearing that she was armed with 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. That's coming from our reporters there on the scene after talking with investigators.
Right.
209 students at this school, 42 staff members. And right now, as our reporters on the scene have said, it's still chaotic, still trying to get down to exactly what happened and also get those children back safely with their parents.
Well, and right now, police have not indicated that there is any threat to the public. They do believe the person who they shot and killed at this building was the person responsible for killing those 6 people inside the school. So as of right now, we have been given no indication at all that there is any threat to the general public.
Well, here is a statement from Metro Nashville Schools up on the screen. They say, "We are horrified by the tragic shooting at the Covenant School today, and our hearts go out to the families of the loved ones and the entire Covenant community."
We also have a statement that's just come into the Fox 17 newsroom from Senator Marsha Blackburn. She just went to Twitter to say, "Chuck and I are heartbroken to hear about the shooting at Covenant School in Nashville." She says, "My office is in contact with federal, state, and local officials, and we stand ready to assist." This is sadly one of the scenarios that causes everybody to think twice about their safety and security, not just parents, not just students, but you think, okay, where I go to work or where I go to school, right? Are we secured? Are we prepared in the event of an active shooter?
And you wonder, were school resource officers on the scene? We're going to learn that. What was the safety protocol? Did they practice for this? Let's go out to Amanda Chin. She's live from the scene. Amanda, I know you've been on the ground there talking to investigators. What else have we learned?
Nick had his glove on.
Yes, Jen, as you mentioned, we are just a few blocks away from the Covenant School where that deadly shooting took place. And like you guys have been reporting a few minutes ago, we did hear from Metro Police, and we can confirm that there were 3 children and 3 adults who are dead after this shooting at Covenant Church. The female shooter is also dead, so police believe there is no threat to public safety right now. Again, that is what we've been told by Metro Police. Now, Metro Police say the female shooter had at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun, but police believe there are no other victims or injuries to report right now other than the 6 victims at Covenant School. Now, I spoke with a neighbor who lives nearby, right down the street from where this happened, who heard and saw law enforcement. We do not have that shot right now, but what that neighbor did tell me was that he heard and saw law enforcement coming down. He usually hears them often, but he says this one seemed different to him. He said he heard about 20 police vehicles speeding down the street, right down the block from where he lives. He also says he described that heartbreaking scene. He saw parents running up the hill to try and grab their families. He got emotional as he was talking about that. He started crying when he was reliving what the faces and the heartbreak of those families who were just trying to get to their kids. He tells me it's a scene and that he won't ever forget. Again, we did speak with him earlier, and we'll get that sound to you soon, but he did mention that some of those parents were trying to be stopped by law enforcement officers for their safety, but they would try their best to try and just get to their children, and we can only imagine what that's like for these parents getting that call and just wanting to be reunited with their children. And as we mentioned, there is a reunification center set up right now at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard in Green Hills. Again, the Reunification Center for Parents and Students, 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. Again, we will keep you updated with any additional information that we learn. But for now, reporting live from Green Hills, I'm Amanda Chin, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Reminder, even if you have no connection to Covenant School and what's happening there today, you're being advised to stay away from the Green Hills area. The traffic along Hillsborough Pike, as we well know, is already congested on a normal day. But in an effort to let families, first responders, people who need to get to the school and that reunification area, you're being asked to just avoid the Green Hills area at all costs right now, if you can do that.
That's right. Let the investigation play out.
Yes.
Let first responders and investigators do their job. Let's go out to Caitlin Miller. She's live at Vanderbilt Medical Center. The hospital actually confirmed the death of those 3 children initially. What are you hearing on the ground there, Caitlin?
I know it's a devastating day out here, and I'm just sending all my prayers out to everyone involved. We are right outside of the emergency room here at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I'll step aside so you can see what's going on. It is relatively quiet. The bus is blocking our way, but we have seen a few Metro Police cars staged outside here all morning. Also, a little bit earlier today, we did see a few ambulances come through, and the sirens just keep going on and off. We have reached out to the officials here at Vanderbilt University to see what the updated status is on the rest of the patients, and we will keep you updated as we hear more. But Metro Police have confirmed that 3 children, 3 adults, and the shooter are now pronounced dead. Reporting live outside of Vanderbilt, I'm Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Do just want to reiterate right now that with regards to the 3 students killed this morning, we've not been given their ages. We really, at this point, don't know anything about those children, but also waiting to learn more about the 3 adults who were killed this morning.
That's right. So we know so far 3 children, 3 adults, and the shooter all dead from this morning's attack at the Covenant Christian School in Green Hills. That call initially came in around 10:39. A tweet from Metro Fire, they initially called it an aggressor. Metro Police confirmed it was a shooter. Police from the scene there in a press conference confirmed it was a female shooter, possibly a teenager, armed with 2 assault rifles and a handgun.
Now, we mentioned trying to avoid the Green Hills area if you can today. Here's why. We've got a map pulled up to give you a little bit better perspective where the Covenant School is in relation to the mall at Green Hills. You've also got landmarks like the Bluebird Cafe just down the street. So the Covenant School would be, if you notice on the map, where I-440 runs along I-65 there, you can see it is just, I don't know, what would you say, maybe if you were to look at like 7 or 8 city blocks away, right? It's not very far off of Hillsborough Pike, which is the main road through there. And then we've got Woodmont Boulevard. I was trying to see if that's on our map here, but Woodmont is where we've got the Reunification Center. Oh, I see. Okay. So Woodmont is just underneath of that blue.
On the other side of the mall there.
Label there by the mall. Yeah. So that's where they are trying to get parents, grandparents, loved ones reunified with their students, their children.
About 100 people transported to that reunification site, waiting to get back together with their family. I was listening to the fire scanner, and police were trying to give the kids snacks and keep them calm until they could get back in touch with their parents and be reunified.
Yeah. We have Fox 17 News' Kelly Avellino, who's part of our team coverage right now. Kelly joins us not far from that reunification site we were just mentioning. Kelly, what have you been able to learn in the last few minutes?
We are standing right outside Covenant Elementary School here off of Harding Place as a large police presence continues after a mass shooting happened early this morning. Just after 10:15, we're told that shots rang out. I was told by a neighbor that she heard about 5 gunshots. At this point, Metro Nashville police are confirming a female shooter opened fire within the school building, making it to the 2nd floor of the building. 3 children and 3 adults have now lost their lives, victims of this mass shooting. The female shooter, who appeared to be young, potentially a teenager, according to Metro Nashville police, was encountered by officers. She was shot. Her life ended as well. Now, we know those 3 children were rushed to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, where they then succumbed to their injuries. We're waiting to learn more about the adults who lost their lives here. Again, first responders from multiple different agencies, including the ATF, are here continuing to investigate and respond to the scene. Again, I'm told the shots rang out about 10:15 this morning. Subsequent fire was heard by neighbors here. I could tell you she then saw a swarm of police officers responding moments later. There is a fire department nearby, and that swarm of people sort of at the top there of the parking lot, as she then heard more gunshots. And again, we know 3 children have lost their lives, as well as 3 adults. And the shooter was taken out by police. If you look down this way, you could see the police presence here starting to get a little bit smaller. Several more blocks were lined with different types of first responder and armored vehicles just a couple hours ago. So it is thinning out a bit here. We are watching armed first responders leave. We are told the shooter had 2 assault rifles and a handgun on her when she entered the school. So more details coming out at this point. There is a reunification area for families parents to pick up their children who attend Covenant Elementary here. Again, a private Christian school, pre-K through 6th grade. We are waiting to hear more information from police at this point, and we'll certainly bring you the latest as the scene continues to be active. Nearby schools are on lockdown. This is a usually very quiet neighborhood, as you can tell here. A lot of trees, suburban areas, front lawns, and things like that, and just a devastating situation. So we are going to continue to monitor what's happening on the outside of the school here, and we'll certainly bring you the latest information as we get it.
Kelly, thank you. And as you could see in that live picture there, dozens of emergency vehicles there on scene. Hillsborough High School, Julia Green Elementary, and Percy Priest Elementary are all on lockout as a precaution right now until police clear the area. So heads up there.
Yeah, also just want to let you know that there are so many church-based or other private schools in the Nashville area who are aware of what has happened this morning. And I'm getting word that several Nashville area private schools are currently, working to assess their situations, reach out to police if that's necessary, just precautionary wise. And sometimes when this type of situation happens, parents just need that little bit of reassurance.
Absolutely.
No matter what, right? Like that their kids are okay at school. So that's just kind of part of the behind the scenes inner workings in a situation like this. Now, we do have team coverage, and we have Fox 17 News with reporters all over Nashville working to get every angle of this story, and that does include Fox 17 News' Jackie Del Pilar. I believe we got Jackie on standby, ready to go right now.
We are here at the Reunification Center, where families and loved ones are coming from all over the area to reunite in this safe space. I'll give you a look here at what I'm seeing. Earlier we saw a big crowd of families and friends all crowded here in the parking lot on the front steps of the church. When I first arrived, there were 3 school buses here with folks streaming off of the school bus. I saw a lot of hugging, lots of tears, lots of emotion here today. When I first pulled up to the scene here, I parked across the street and a car pulled in front of me, and out came a father and his daughter. His daughter looked to be a preteen. She was wearing the school uniform. She was crying, and her dad was consoling her. They were coming here to meet up with surely their classmates and their loved ones here, and it really just gave me that sense. It really just hit me, wow, what a extreme tragedy we have on our hands here. I've seen lots of police coming back and forth, not only coming here, but just in this general area, making sure that traffic stays safe. We do have Nashville Fire is here with an ambulance. I see a stretcher here on standby. I've not seen any emergency medical situations here, but they are here because it is such a high emotion event. Now, we were here in the parking lot earlier, but the lead pastor came and spoke with us briefly, and he said, out of respect for the families and everything that they're doing right now, everything they're going through, everything they're grieving, they asked us to please just give them a little breathing room, just step off the property, which we completely respect. We are here a safe distance from the church, just so we can give you an idea, our viewers at home and the community, what exactly is going on, while still giving families time to grieve and process. Again, we see folks coming up and down the steps here going inside. I'm sure they're praying, they're loving on one another, sharing love in this extremely difficult time. The parking lots in these areas are full. The church parking lot is full, and all the parking lot across the street, all the neighborhoods. Everyone just coming out to show their support and love for one another. The entire community is invested in this. I've had to walk back and forth across the street a couple times to run to my car, and every time I do that, I've got cars flagging me down, asking what's going on, have you had any updates? We're praying for these families, and this is really just the community showing up, just all wondering and here supporting each other. And again, it's been a couple of hours now, but we still see folks showing up, rushing into the church here to reunite with their loved ones. And we're going to stay out here. We'll keep checking in on what's going on. We'll be sure to keep you all updated on here at the Reunification Center and anything else we learn throughout the day. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, thank you, Jackie. And we just learned some brand new information about the shooter. Metro Police confirmed it was a 28-year-old woman that opened fire at Covenant Christian School in Green Hills.
All right, so let's take a moment. Let's all take a collective breath to collect ourselves here. The breaking news on this Monday morning, right around 10:15, early as the children had just shown up for school at Covenant School in Nashville. Shots rang out. Those shots were heard around the neighborhood in the Green Hills area. And we have since learned that 3 students and 3 adults have been killed in the shooting, along with the shooter who Megan just mentioned. We just got this moments ago from Metro PD. That woman now identified as a 28-year-old woman from Nashville.
That's right. Police say that she was armed with an assault rifle and a handgun, 2 assault rifles and a handgun, made entry into the school through a side door, managed to get up onto the 2nd floor there, opened fire. 3 kids are dead, 3 adults are dead, and police engaged with the shooter. The shooter is dead, so 7 people in all. Vanderbilt Medical Center confirming some of those deaths. And again, just learning moments ago that the shooter is a 28-year-old Nashville woman.
We were mentioning that the school does not have a school resource officer per Don Aaron with Metro PD, as this is a church-based school that goes up to the 6th grade, but there are video cameras that are set up in and around the premise. And so Metro Police right now are working to comb through all of that video surveillance that will turn out to be evidence to find out the what happened. I just, in my mind, I'm thinking how awful it must feel for those investigators to have to watch that video, to see it happening, in many cases in slow motion. But they will do that to get to the why. We've also got to find out the what and the why. Why would a 28-year-old woman have come into this church-based school with little kids and kill 6 people?
And the painstaking conversations that are taking place with the parents that will not be reunified with their kids today, those hard conversations, who's going to have to break the news to those parents that this senseless crime, that innocent people lost their lives at the hands of this 28-year-old woman. Why would she do such a thing? So many questions we don't have answers to. Dr. Adrienne Battle, she is the director of Metro Public Schools, released a statement today saying, as a parent, as an educator, as a human being, I'm grieving today over the tragic murder of children and school staff right here in our community. My heart goes out to the entire Covenant School community and the parents grieving the unimaginable loss of life today.
We're also hearing from a lot of our local leaders on this tragic story. We have Fox 17 News' Erica Glover. She's here now to talk a little bit about some of that response that we're seeing online. Hey, Erica.
Well, Jennifer and Megan, so many of us have so many questions right now. And just a couple of minutes ago, Jen, you said that parents and teachers and loved ones and those living nearby are looking for some sort of reassurance. And a lot of them are going to social media trying to find out, hey, is my nearby school, or I send my child, is that school in lockdown? Because we are seeing situations like that. So what I'm doing right now in the studio here at Fox 17 News is I'm going on social media because, of course, now you're hearing from state and local leaders who are sounding off, letting us know what they think about this and also what they're doing as a result of everything that's going on with the breaking news. I have behind me right here Governor Bill Lee, who tweeted out at 11:59 this morning, I'm quoting here, "I am closely monitoring the tragic situation at Covenant, and the Tennessee Department of Safety and Tennessee Highway Patrol are assisting local law enforcement and first responders at the scene. As we continue to respond, please join us in praying for the school, the congregation, and the Nashville community." So again, this is Governor Bill Lee tweeting this out at 11:59 this Monday morning. And of course, we've gotten so many updates since then. And we've also seen a lot of local leaders, Metro Council members, who are sounding off from their parent perspective, talking about how they feel as a parent and getting really emotional, to be quite honest with you. I'm going to continue looking through social media because we want to share those updates from you, and including some videos that we've gotten from people who are in Green Hills. This morning I was looking, and as soon as they saw all the officers go by, people said, "What is going on?" tweeting at us. So we're going to continue sharing your updates on social media and hearing from local leaders, and we'll have so much more throughout this afternoon and evening, and of course tonight.
Yeah, Erica, it's interesting that you mentioned that. I was on the phone with a mom friend of mine as I was on my way to the station, and she and I were talking, and she said, "Oh my gosh, there goes 1, 2, 3, 4. She was counting the THP cruisers that were flying by her office as she was talking to me. And, you know, that in and of itself can be unsettling. But to know that this Monday, March 27th, is now going to be a day that sadly, you know, we'll never forget here in Nashville. One of the things that we have seen time after time as it pertains to tragedy here in our state is the way that people come together.
Absolutely.
You know, and the way that people will care for each other and pray for each other, you know, because gosh, it makes me, you know, emotional thinking about it. I mean, you know, my kids are in school right now. I mean, I'm just going to, you know, put it out there. My kids are sitting in school right now and they're safe. But it's a helpless feeling to know that there are so many families that are going through this catastrophe that all you can do sometimes is just pray for them. And we see it happen. We see people come together and get stronger.
Absolutely. You know, when situations like this happen, you see the absolute worst of human nature. But on the flip side, we really see the best of human nature too in the aftermath of communities coming together and rallying around victims, this school, this community. I mean, I just think of the parents that were reunified with their kids today. And this is an elementary school, kindergarten through 6th grade. Some of these kids are 5, 6 years old, maybe can't even grasp the reality of what has happened.
No.
And how do you explain it to a
Right.
5-year-old?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you point that out because we were listening earlier in a news conference to Metro PD and Metro Fire, and Kendra Looney from Nashville Fire was talking about how they had rescue task force response teams at the school. And these are people who are trained to go alongside the children in this case and the adults that have just been witness to the unimaginable.
I was listening to the scanner on my way into work here, and I was hearing the chatter with first responders, and they had all the kids on a school bus giving them snacks. But I'm just imagining these young kids sitting on a school bus, not sure what just happened, talking amongst their peers and having to process this horrific event.
Well, and knowing too that, you know, kids, I mean, when we were in school, right, let's think back, you would go through different types of weather drills, right? I mean, I will say this, children nowadays go through active shooter drills. I mean, it is sad, but that is the new reality for children who are in school right now.
Oh, my goodness.
You just pray, you know, you think, okay, we're going through these drills, we'll never have to use them. And then,
well, you hear about these school shootings that play out all over the country, and this, you never think it would happen in your community, in your backyard, at a school right down the street from where you live, or at a school where you have children that attend. So our hearts go out to everyone affected by this right now. Let's go back out. We've got several reporters out on the scene right now. Amanda Chin standing by near the scene. Amanda, what's the latest?
Yes, guys, I'm just a few blocks away from where that deadly shooting happened at Covenant School. And just to give you some perspective, we've seen some unmarked police cars zooming by here for the past hour and a half that we've been here at this media staging area. But as we mentioned, about an hour ago, we did receive some confirmation from Metro Police, and I'll read through what we know so far. We know that there are 6 victims from this Covenant School shooting, 3 children, 3 adults, and the 28-year-old female shooter is also dead. And that is why Metro Police believe there is no threat to the public safety right now. Again, that comes directly from Metro Police. Now, they say the female shooter had at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun. Right now, police believe there are no other victims or injuries to report right now other than those 6 victims that have passed away. And I spoke with a neighbor who lives just down the block from where the shooting happened, and he describes that heartbreaking scene that he saw from parents who were just trying to get their children.
Just seeing the parents over there and coming up and breaking down, it was a lot. So you just don't think this happens in your area. And I just feel so badly for those people that were injured, and I just really hope that I'm thankful that the situation's under control, but just really heartbreaking situation, and I hate that this happened in our town.
Now, again, just to read through what police are telling us right now, there are 6 victims who are pronounced dead, 3 children, 3 adults. The female shooter, who police tell us is 28 years old, is also dead. And that is why we believe there is no threat to public safety right now. Again, Metro Police say the female shooter had at least 2 assault type rifles and a handgun, but police believe there are no other injuries or anyone else hurt right now. Again, there is a reunification center at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard in Green Hills. We have one of our reporters there right now. But again, for families at Covenant Christian School, the Reunification Center is 2100 at Woodmont Boulevard. We are waiting for more updates from Metro Police, and we'll be sure to keep you updated with any information that we do know. Again, we are expecting Chief John Drake of Metro Police Department to be on the scene shortly. Again, we will keep you updated as this is a very active and early investigation. Reporting live for Fox 17 News, I'm Amanda Chin, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Amanda, thank you. Just sat down. Megan got up. I appreciate your coverage all day long. We were just talking off camera. And something as I've been watching and listening to all the things that have been happening, more than the nuts and bolts, is now you start to speculate. Who was this woman, this 28-year-old woman that came into the school? What is her connection, if any, to the school? And we were talking about the other schools in the area that were on lockdown and just discussing that, of course, initially you wondering, is this part of a larger effort? And you mentioned the other private schools in town being, you know, maybe probably going on lockdown, locking their doors, increasing security, wondering, because you don't know early on.
Right. Well, and I will say this, we were just asking about that, so I sent out a quick question to our assignment desk, and we are getting response that Hillsborough High School, Julia Green, and Percy Priest Elementary, which are all in the vicinity of Covenant School, those will remain on lockout until police clear that area. Now, they have said they don't think there is any threat to the general public.
Of course, this school didn't think there was any threat this morning until some stranger. Well, we don't know if it's a stranger. That's what we don't know, because it's such, you know, if you don't know about Covenant Christian School, you don't know about Covenant Christian School. There's a number of private Christian schools in that neck of the woods, but it's not on the main drag. So it's not like, oh yes, I drive past that all the time. No, you don't. It's not on the main drag. It's not on, you know, right on, you know, the boulevard near the mall and all that. But there are others on there. So you wonder, who was this woman? What is her connection? How does she know about the school? And private schools, your husband, you know, works at a private school. My wife used to work at that same private school. And I know from, you know, years ago when my wife was there, those schools are very much families.
Oh, yes.
And they're a lot of times connected to a church, and that's, you know, a lot of, you know, we go to church together. Our kids go to school here. Some of the teachers, you know, are also members of the church. So chances are these are very close-knit families who all know each other.
It is a tight-knit community, and to your point of trying to figure out the whys, right? We've learned, according to Don Aaron with Metro PD, that there are video cameras in and around that school. So they are already going through the process of pulling every piece of video and photographic evidence that they can find to find out the who and the why. And we will, we promise you that we are on top of that as well. And just as soon as we get those updates from police, we will be bringing them to you. We do know for sure a 28-year-old Nashville woman is who they say is responsible.
And she is now dead. Let's go back live to Fox 17 News' Caitlin Miller, who is at Vanderbilt University Medical Center where the victims were taken. It was Vanderbilt University Medical Center that let us know initially about some of those deaths. Caitlin, have you learned anything new?
We haven't learned anything new. All we learned as of now is what Metro Police were saying, which 3 children, 3 adults, and the school shooter were pronounced dead. We are outside waiting to hear more from officials, updates on these patients, because we were told that most of them were transported right here to the emergency room at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. I'll step aside so you can see what we're seeing right outside the emergency room. As you can see, there's not much going on right now, but there have been a few Metro Police cars staged outside here all morning. And earlier this morning, unfortunately, we did see quite a few ambulances. The sirens kept going on and off, and I just can't imagine being that parent or that family member getting that call this morning to have to head to the emergency room to see the status of their child or a loved one. So my thoughts and prayers really go out to them. And again, we are reaching out to officials here at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center to get an update on these patients. Reporting live outside of Vanderbilt, I'm Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Caitlin, thank you. And as you guys have mentioned earlier in our coverage, the Reunification Center, 2100 Woodmont, which is at Woodmont Baptist Church, one of the largest churches in our city. And hopefully by now, all those parents have, gotten the news and been reconnected with their families. I sure hope so.
Yeah, you know, we've had our live reporters in that area. We've had Jackie Del Bilar and Amanda Chin, and it did at least appear from their vantage point that most of the families have now picked up their children and filtered out. What we're seeing now at those locations are the first responders and the investigators who are still very active.
And we know that a police officer was injured. Presumably, the police officer, because now, they all have marching orders. We don't wait when there's a school shooting down, trying to figure out what to do. And those were the marching orders before the horrible, tragedy at Uvalde, Texas. But you move in, you immediately try to engage. And apparently that worked in terms of neutralizing the threat. But a police officer was injured in the process, and we're waiting for news to find out how that officer is now, too.
Right. And when we heard from Don Aaron with Metro PD last, I'd say within about the last 30, 45 minutes, he did say that they would effort another update for us very quickly, so we're waiting on that. But in the meantime, we do have Fox 17 News' Erica Glover. She's here with us in studio, and she's been combing through some of the comments and updates on social media. What have you seen in the last few minutes?
Well, Scott and Jennifer, there are so many comments, so many videos and emotions that are being shared on social media. A lot of folks who live nearby in that area who were sharing what they heard, what it sounded like when you heard kids that were yelling, when you heard cops that were just driving down this street, things that folks in that area simply do not hear, right? At any point. So I am keeping a close eye on social media. I know that we shared the tweet right behind me here from Governor Bill Lee that came in at 11:59 this Monday morning, and he was talking about how they were going to continue responding and how they were joining together and praying for the school, the congregation, and the Nashville community. I'm also going to read this tweet that is coming to our newsroom from Nashville Mayor John Cooper, and I'm quoting here. In a tragic morning, Nashville joined the dreaded long list of communities to experience a school shooting. My heart goes out to the families of the victims. Our entire city stands with you. And as facts continue to emerge, I thank our first responders and medical professionals. Now, we also have our Fox 17 News reporters who are out there who are sharing their photos, their videos, and showing how the parents are being reunited, how you have parents who are out there, rightfully so, in tears. I know that this morning I was in an area where I was with a woman whose neighbor works at that school, whose neighbor has 2 children who are also at that school. And of course, she was choked up and asking me questions. And right now, so many people don't have the answers that they're looking for. And that's what we're trying to get some more information for. So we're going to continue going through social media and giving you those updates. And you can always go to our Fox Nashville Twitter, Facebook, Instagram accounts to get some of those updates as you continue looking on your phone and scrolling through social media accounts.
All right. Erica, thank you. You were talking about that mom who was in that dreaded in-between, right?
Where you don't know and you're wondering, is this my child?
You just, something has happened. All you want to know is that your child is okay, and you're in that awful in-between, that waiting period. And you've got kids.
I've got a 14-year-old that's in a middle school right now, not unlike this school. It's not a private Christian school, but you drop them off. There's good folks there that you know and go to church with, and you trust they're safe.
Right.
But you're not safe anywhere. And this conversation is all coming at a time when schools around the country are putting armed, uniformed officers in elementary schools, not just middle schools and high schools now. However, Metro says, no, we think that's the wrong idea, the wrong thing to do, sends the wrong message. This is a private school, a lot fewer kids, certainly fewer resources. I suspect the Metro conversation will change after this. We talked about Adrienne Battle, the school's director. She's been, diametrically opposed to doing this. I have a feeling after this, the school board will feel differently.
Well, there's no question that as we speak right now, there are schools all across Middle Tennessee that are gathered probably in the conference room of their school, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, and they're all coming together saying,
what are we doing? Is it enough?
What are we doing, and do we need to do more? And it doesn't matter whether you're public school, private school, church-based school. These are the concerns of every parent, every staff member, every administrator who ultimately does feel that responsibility for keeping children safe. And at the end of the day, as parents, you feel somewhat helpless, right? You get your kids ready in the morning and you send them off,
They're out of your care and control.
And
you assume, hope, pray they're going to be okay until you get them back.
So, you know, and we know, to Erica's point, that you have so many questions as we do.
As do we, yeah.
You know, and so we're working to get those answered from Metro PD. They told us that this shooter came in through a side door. What do we know about that? Was able to go through the first floor.
So many schools are locked now, and you know, even as parents, you got to go to the front door, you got to push the button, you got to talk to them, let them see you, engage.
Right.
However, we don't know that they have the same level of security at this place, and you know, we don't know what level of access this person may have had. Is this person an insider? We don't know.
Sure, and hopefully the video that exists from in and around that school that Metro Police has said does exist, hopefully that video will give us some of those answers. Yeah.
Right now, let's go back out live to Fox 17 News' Jackie Del Pilar, who is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church, that reunification center we've been talking about. Jackie, we still see there's obviously still a police presence there. Is it your sense that all the kids have been collected? What do you know?
Yeah, Scott, just in the past, I'd say 15, 20 minutes, we've seen more and more families leaving the church. Initially, this church here was established as the Reunification Center, a safe place for families to come and reunite with their children who were at the school. Now that a couple of hours have gone by, I think they've been able to reconnect in the church, and they've been able to gather, pray, love on each other, and now we're starting to see families leave, and I'm assuming to head home and do the same thing in the privacy of their own home. You might be able to see here, we've seen folks walking in and out. These are the main doors of the church. We've seen families coming out, arms wrapped around each other as they walk down the steps and find their cars and head home. About 15 minutes ago, we saw a girl, probably about 12, 13 years old, come down the steps, and she was in her school uniform, and she got to the bottom of the steps and she just stood there. She had her arms crossed and her head down, and you can tell that she was just trying to process what was going on. Just extremely emotional time here. I can't imagine what these families are going through. You can see here there's still a lot of cars in the parking lot, which leads me to believe there are still hundreds of families or hundreds of people inside this church gathering together. You know, in tragic times like this, the best thing we can do as humans is get together and love on each other and share our support, and that is exactly what is going on inside this church here. I've seen folks out here outside hugging each other and crying together, grieving together, and then they're leaving and, like I said, coming in their cars and headed home. We were in the parking lot earlier, and the lead pastor came out and spoke with us briefly. He said that these families are grieving. He said that they were upset to see us here. Obviously, I completely understand that, and so we scooted off across the street just to give them a little space, but we are still here to bring you updates because this is of vital importance to our community right now. I've seen children of all ages. I saw a family come out with a father carrying what looked like a toddler, who I assume is a sibling. So we know this is impacting not only the children who are at the school today, but their families, their loved ones, who all are grieving together and just trying to process this complete tragedy that we experienced today. And this is a big church. There's a lot of doors. We've seen people streaming in and out from all different angles. We see there's police on the entire perimeter of the property at every entrance. So they are welcoming families on the way in, making sure they know where they need to go and what they need to do. The fire department is staged here as well in case anyone needs any medical attention. As far as I can tell, there's not been any medical emergencies here, but they are here on standby. We know it's a stressful time and you just never know what can happen. There's cases of water bottles out here if people need them. And throughout the day, we've seen police streaming up and down the road with their sirens on because it just still is just such an active situation here. But like I said, Scott, there are families starting to leave. I think they've been able to kind of gather here, collect their belongings, get their bearings, and now they're headed home to try to grieve together and unwind in privacy. So we're going to try to talk to some of the families if anyone is willing to talk to us on their way out. Otherwise, we're going to give folks space and give them what they need as they process this difficult time. But we will be staying out here to keep you guys updated throughout the day. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your co-dad station.
Jackie, thank you. We're continuing to, get the notes from folks that we know and texts and what have you. They're just sort of learning the situation. There may be people at home that are getting bits and pieces of this. Why don't we take it from the top and tell everybody the timeline and what's happened?
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to set the scene for you, kind of take a breath and reestablish what we know so far. If you are just now joining us, Jen Waddell, Scott Couch. We've come together for this special edition of Breaking News. Right around 10:15 this morning, got reports of shots fired at the Covenant School in the Green Hills neighborhood of Nashville.
That's right, the Burton Hills area over there, just past the mall. If you're headed, out of town toward Williamson County on Hillsborough Road. We learned that 3 children were killed and 3 adults. And for a time, we were told that the shooter was down, the shooter was dead. This is a map of the area, kind of giving you an indication of where everything is. You see 440 at the top of your screen. Well, headed down Hillsborough Road, which is right through the Green Hills, where it says the mall in Green Hills. The road, runs right through there. And then you see the relationship between these schools. Woodmont Boulevard, right there at the intersection of Hillsborough Road and Woodmont Boulevard is where the Jackie just was. And it's about a mile and a half down where the school is, but it's not exactly on the main road. You've got to, go, up Harding Place a little bit, or actually right before you get to Harding Place, you've got to turn off into the Burton Hills, neck of the woods to get into Covenant School. But they were saying it looks like it was a teenager, a female, and often these are males. But
that was what police said.
I know, but it didn't turn out to be a teenager.
Correct. A 28-year-old woman from Nashville who police shot and killed. Police confirmed that she came into the school with 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun. Teams swarmed the school and, as they put it, neutralized the situation. They shot and killed that 28-year-old woman. We're working to find out who she is, what, if any, connection she had to the Covenant School, and why on earth she would have done this. Now, the Covenant School, to give you a little bit of perspective, is a small church-based school. I pulled
Pre-K through 6.
That's right. I pulled up their website when I first came in because I was curious. They've got children as little as 4 for their pre-K program, all the way up through 6th grade. So think 11, 12, maybe 13-year-old students.
Would be the top end, those kids that are in 6th grade, before they're ready to move on to the middle school.
Metro Police told us that approximately 209 students go to school there through all the grades. Very small. And approximately 42 staff members working there.
Yeah, my child goes to a public school in Sumner County. There are 200, let's see, he's in the 8th grade. There are 200 kids in the 8th grade wing. So and that's the number of kids, for this school, all the way from pre-K all the way through 6.
So setting the scene, and I want you to watch and listen with us because this is video just into the Fox 17 newsroom.
That's just off of 440. In fact, where people are. In fact, Megan used to live off that road that is on right now. Well, the name of the road escapes me. I think it's Skyline, or not. Golf Club Lane on the other side. Maybe it's Golf Club Lane on that side.
Well,
I've been right there where you're trying to get to the mall, getting off. That's where you come off and head toward the mall.
Oh yeah, and
it's a Scientist Church.
What you can hear are all of those sirens.
Like that friend of yours who said there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, I mean they were just counting them as they kept going by. So as we watch and listen,
it's bad. When you see something, I don't know what happened, I know it's bad.
Right. So as we go back to the school and we work to kind of set this for you so that you understand what has happened, we learned from police that after the initial calls came in, police rushed along with fire and other crews into the school. They did learn very quickly that woman came in through a side door. We're working to find out whether that door was secured.
Made it up to the 2nd floor somehow, so we know there's multiple floors. Probably the classrooms are Sunday school rooms. That's what a lot of church, small church schools do, where they have Sunday school on Sunday, their classrooms during the week, and somehow there's multiple floors. She gets in and makes her way up and kills 6 people, unfortunately, before she is herself killed.
We think about the impact here to our community. I mean, we can tell you, the bullet points and the facts and what police know so far or what they don't know. That at the end of the day, folks, we have a community here in Nashville who is hurting, who will never be the same.
No.
We have little kids.
It's happened all those other places. Now it's happened here.
We have little kids who are never going to go to school the same way again or see it the same way. And you think about...
I pray some of them are young enough to be not understanding good.
But that, you think about, the talks that they're going to have and
why, Mommy? Why, Dad?
And just our
Am
hearts.
Am I safe? Am I okay?
Yeah, our hearts go out to all of those families who are going to have the unimaginable conversations and then the difficult conversations as we work through this as a community.
Let's go back now live. We've got our entire team working on this in various ways. Fox 17 News, Amanda Chen is live. And Amanda, it looks like you're live right there on sort of Hillsborough Boulevard, just off of there, headed toward the school.
Yes, Scott, that's exactly where I am. I'm just a few blocks away from Covenant School, and I want to give you some perspective of what's been happening behind me for the past few hours now. We've seen the TBI, we've seen Metro Police, we've seen unmarked police vehicles zooming by this area, just keeping track and trying to investigate everything that's going on. Now, I've also seen some families, not from Covenant School, but there's a school right behind me here, St. Paul Christian Academy. I've seen several families come up and get their children. Now, they have told me that they have been on lockout, which means that they don't want people coming in and out of the school. And one mother told me they wanted teachers to kind of do what they would normally do during the school day, and they didn't necessarily want parents coming up to get their kids, but some of them have been. And I spoke with a mother who did not wish to go on camera. She was with her 2 young boys, and she said, it was so hard for me not to come here and get my kids, but I wanted to respect what the teacher was telling me to do. She had her 2 young boys in her arms and said, I just want to get them to safety right now. Again, I'm talking about the school here, St. Paul. This is not Covenant Church. This is a school where several families have been coming to get their kids. And I also want to give you some sound and a person that we spoke with earlier who lives just behind me right here. Curran, if you want to move your camera to show this apartment building right here. I spoke with one neighbor who lives there who heard law enforcement and describes that heartbreaking scene of parents.
Just seeing the parents over there and coming up and breaking down, it was a lot. So you just don't think this happens in your area. And I just feel so badly for those people that were injured, and I just really hope that I'm thankful that the situation's under control, but just really heartbreaking situation, and I hate that this happened in our town.
As you can see, an emotional day for everyone, even those who didn't necessarily see anything, but they heard those sirens. They live here. That man has been living here for 5.5 years, and he is just heartbroken, and something that he will never forget, hearing and seeing those parents running up the hill, just trying to get their children. And just a few minutes ago, we actually saw another family coming up. They were running up the hill. It seems like they were going to St. Paul School, again, just trying to reunify with their children. But we'll keep you updated with any new information that we have. But for now, reporting live from Nashville, I'm Amanda Chen, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
All right, Amanda, thank you. Jen and I have just been talking about some of the images that are coming into our email. Viewer pics, people, these images that we're looking at and talking about, you can see the Green Hills Mall in the background, and children, groups of them, are actually making their way across busy Hillsborough Road, and sometimes to the open arms of parents. And these are children who are fleeing that situation. And I can see one hugging there. I don't know if that's their baby or not, but you'd hug any of them.
And we're looking at them behind the scenes. What we want to be sure of is that we're careful.
That's one of them right there.
Yeah, we're careful in how we show these. I think we're good to show this one, but we have to understand too that this is still a very delicate situation with parents who are still trying to figure out what has happened with their children, and so we do want to be sensitive to that for sure. But yes, it's this is the kind of thing that even if you don't have children, even if you don't have children in school, that just
going to hit you the same way if you ever had a child, or if you knew a child had a neighbor. I mean, it's just it is an attack. It is an affront on all of us. And we've seen it happen in other areas. We're in the news business. We report on it. In fact, there was just one, quite frankly, it was in Denver last week.
Right.
And there was a reporter, Alicia Acuna, who's a CNN reporter, live reporter, and she's on the scene reporting. And we've been there. Thank God I haven't had that exact experience where that's my child's school, and her son ran out to her, and she essentially said to the anchors, give me just a minute, that's my baby, and I need a minute. What are you learning?
Sure. Well, I was just thinking back. I told Scott, so feeling, thankful that we haven't had to talk about this kind of a breaking news story here in Nashville, but I was thinking back to when we covered the Marshall County, Kentucky high school shooting.
That's right, Land Between the Lake area, and a student shot other students.
We had 2 students killed in that shooting, and just to kind of reset for you here. We have 3 children and 3 staffers who are confirmed dead in the shooting at the Covenant School this morning, plus the 28-year-old woman who police say was responsible for it all. Now, we just got word from Metro Nashville Police that they're going to give us an update in about 10 minutes.
That's right, about 1:45. And one of the things we're hoping to learn, we want to know whatever we can learn about this woman. Who are you? Where are you from? What is your connection to this school, if any? Why in the world might you have done this? And you assume if they know who she is, they've looked at her social media, because sometimes people put a little manifesto on there, like here's what my big gripe is, or they learn that this person could be a disgruntled former employee, or maybe it is a custodial situation where mental health issues are at play. Parents have been separated. One's got the child in the school. I mean, everything goes through your mind. Yeah. We do know that after the horrible school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where authorities essentially hung outside and didn't engage for about an hour. Metro Police Chief John Drake said, I just want you folks to understand, if something like that ever happens here, we are going in. And that's exactly what happened here. The officer arrived, went in, engaged, and neutralized this threat.
We do expect to hear from Chief Drake throughout the course of the day. We've already heard from a spokesperson with Metro PD, and we've heard from Nashville Fire, who, by the way, Nashville Fire Department was right there when the calls went out. They sent in their crews. So I'm sure what we will learn in the days to come is, who went in first, right?
Courageous.
How did
Courageous.
How did the fire department assist in that? We do know that the Nashville Fire Department deployed what they call a rescue task force response. So in addition to
specially trained folks for situations such as this,
well,
they all train, and probably together.
They do.
I've got a part of the job, you've got a part of the job, and we're going to act like, a hand in a glove.
Well, and what they were saying too, it's not just responding in the moment to that immediate threat and
federal
that immediate
agents came
situation,
too.
but
local federal agents.
What happened after the fact? Right, so coordinating the staffers, the children, the people who survived but who witnessed it, and and working through that whole process. I mean, there's so many facets to how our local leaders should be responding in these scenarios. And yes, we will learn more about how they did it in the hours and days to come.
And eager to. I understand we have a recorded comment related to what has happened. Let's listen in on that.
Okay.
All right, that'll be coming up shortly. Obviously, it's a fluid situation, but we have they talk to us through our earpieces, and they tell us now that piece of sound is ready. Let's listen in.
We're seeing the heartbreaking news of another shooting of innocent school children, this time in Nashville, Tennessee. The president has been briefed on this situation, and our team is in contact with DOJ and local officials about what is known so far. We want to express the president's appreciation for the first responders and prayers for all the families affected by this shooting. While we don't know yet all the details in this latest tragic shooting, we know that too often our schools and communities are being devastated by gun violence. Schools should be safe spaces for our kids to grow and learn, and for our educators to teach. As you all know, President Biden has taken more action than any president in history on gun safety, from nearly 24 actions, including the executive order he just signed last month, or this month, pardon me, to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act legislation he signed into law after the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo. He also believes it's not enough. We must do more. And he wants Congress to act, because enough is enough.
Yes. All right. Again, that's the latest coming from the White House. We've heard from Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. We've heard from Nashville Mayor John Cooper, and now the White House with that response, and many other private groups that are putting their thoughts, especially on social media.
Just reading a note here from Congressman Mark Green. He says, Cammie, that's his wife, and I join Tennesseans in prayer for the Covenant School community. Goes on to say our hearts are heavy with this senseless loss of life. So we know that all of our members of Congress, it's made it all the way to the White House already. And that's the world we live in today. Within a couple of minutes, no matter where it happens in the world, we're all clued in.
They're all aware. By the way, it's It's 1:41 right now, Nashville time. The first calls about the shots that were heard in that area of Green Hills came out right around 10:15 this morning. So we're hours into this, but still working to get the newest, most updated information for you. And as such, we have our team coverage that continues right now with Fox 17 News' Kelly Avellino. She's just outside of the gates of the Covenant School. Kelly, tell us what you've been able to learn in the last little bit.
Hang on. Who am I talking to here?
Well, the police presence here has really not thinned out over the last few hours. If you can see behind us, heavily guarded in front of the Covenant Elementary School here. It is a pre-K through 6th grade school. I spoke to one neighbor who lives right across from the building, and she says that about 5 shots rang out very quickly, consecutively, at about 10:15 this morning. She says police responded within moments. There's a fire department very close to the school as well. She says she then saw first responders swarming the top of the parking lot here at the Covenant Church and school, elementary school. At that point, she heard more scattered gunfire. We now know 3 children have lost their lives, as well as 3 adults in that school. The shooter, according to Metro Nashville Police, a 28-year-old female from Nashville, she made it inside the school to the 2nd floor with 2 assault rifles and a handgun, we're told. Ultimately, she encountered Metro Nashville Police, and they did take her out, stopping any more victims from getting shot in this mass shooting here. We saw armored vehicles, ambulances, many different types of first responder vehicles. We know ATF is here, as well as TBI, and of course Metro Nashville Police, as they continue to wrap up their investigation. This will be ongoing throughout the rest of the day and several days to come, as we know, into any possible motivation here. Just absolutely devastating. Many people tweeting out, lending their support right now to this community. It is the Green Hills community, a very suburban neighborhood feel here, not where anyone would ever expect something like this to happen, as cliche as that sounds. If you take a look down the road here, this is Harding Place. You could see those first responder vehicles still with their lights flashing, very much still an active scene here. Parents were reunited with their students or their children a few blocks away at a staging point, and we are waiting on Metro Nashville Police for more information. They're going to have a presser momentarily, so as soon as we hear from them, we will bring you to that live as well. And again, I did speak to a couple school employees who are now outside the school waiting for their family member to exit the school as well. It's a family that works at the Covenant Elementary School together, and they were very unnerved and just tell me that it was a moment of disbelief when they heard the gunshots as they were preparing lunches for the kids. So just moments of shock right now, and a community attempting to grasp what is happening here. I'll send it back into the studio.
Kelly, thank you. You know, one of the many things that you hope to learn when something like this happens, we learned that there were 2 assault-style rifles. Doesn't necessarily mean they were automatic weapons, as well as a handgun. You're thinking, okay, were they assault weapons? Was it an assault-style weapon? What kind of capacity in terms of bullets did you have? Because that's how many people could have been killed. How many bullets did you have?
You'll have to forgive me for just a second here.
What's going on?
No, we're fine. We just found out that a friend of a friend's daughter was lost today. And so just, you know, at the end of the day, these are families and these are children and they're shattered. And how do you explain, right, to your family members, to your friends, to your church congregation, to your children, to other students, to teachers that, you know, that you pull yourself back together and move forward after something like this? And we don't have the words, right? I mean, we just
some of the questions.
Don't have the words for what so many people are going through right now. But just want you to know that as parents or soon to be parents and people, you know, who have those same connections, we are just going to lift you up in prayer and do what we can to be there for our community. I mean, we're all a part of this community. Scott, you've been here for decades. I mean, you know so many people who have, you know, lived through trials and tribulations, and you've shared their stories. And
it's horrible that some of the connections you make. Why are we friends? We met in tragedy. We met because your daughter was was tragically murdered, or we met because your brother was murdered, and we've been friends for the better part of 30 years. But we were connected by tragedy.
Just know that when we're up here and we're telling you about all the facts and the figures and the updates and the news conferences, that this hits us too, because we are part of your communities and we're part of your families and friend groups, and we're just, saying
it's a small world.
Special
You
prayers for all
talk
of
about
you.
degrees of separation,
Yes.
kind of the Kevin Bacon game. Well, not very many degrees. Two.
Yes.
Someone I know, knows a family who lost a child, and
Well,
it is heartbreaking.
we,
And these are tiny little people too. Tiny little people that were in this school, a school of 200, not a gigantic school, not 2,000, the biggest school in the state, 200. And that's the sort of thing where everybody knows everybody else. And so it's intensely personal.
We are working to share stories with you and give you insight and connections to what has happened today. And Fox 17 News' Erica Glover is helping us do that. And we're going to send it over to her now. She's been hearing more through some of the social media accounts.
Well, Jen and Scott, any minute now we're going to get another update from Metro Police, but I do want folks who are watching, who are joining us for continuous coverage, to know that if you want some information, maybe you missed the news conference from earlier this morning, you can go to fox17.com. You can watch that news conference from Metro Police in full until we get ready for the next one, and of course we're going to take that live. I'm also going through social media to see the reaction from not only our state leaders like Governor Bill Lee, but also our local leaders. And I want to share this tweet from Mayor John Cooper. In a tragic morning, Nashville joined the dreaded long list of communities to experience a school shooting. My heart goes out to the families of the victims. Our entire city stands with you. As facts continue to emerge, I thank our first responders and our medical professionals. So you have that tweet coming to our newsroom. But also I want to share some of the replies that we're seeing from folks who are, of course, sounding off, letting us know how they think about this situation. And someone else saying here, don't just accept that this happened, do something to prevent this from ever happening again. Another person responding here, please stop this needless access to assault weapons. And we're also, I know that Jen and Scott, they shared a photo, a really gut-wrenching photo is how I describe it, of parents who were running across the street near the school who were being reunited. And you had some students who were just trying to run as fast as they could. That's what it looked like when they were crossing over that street. So those photos are coming into our newsroom. And I know that I tweeted some of them out. You can also go to fox17.com again to see not only the news conference from Metro Police, but also to see those photos that are coming to our newsroom. It's just really heartbreaking to see, and I really can't describe it any other way.
Erica, thank you. Well, we told you moments ago that we had been apprised by Metro Police that they were going to have a briefing, and it's underway now. Let's listen in. This is Metro Police spokesman Don Aaron behind the mic right now.
David Roush, Nashville District Attorney Glenn Funk, and then Nashville Fire Director Chief William Swan. Again, this is the second briefing. There will be other briefings to be held here in the same spot later this afternoon. We'll continue to brief throughout the rest of the day. Chief Drake.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you all for being here on this very unfortunate situation. My heart and prayers go out to the families of the 6 people who were tragically injured. What I know at this point is at 10:13 today, officers responded to a shots fired call to Covenant School. It's a church school. Officers immediately responded. A team of 5 immediately went in the school, went to where gunshots were being heard, and engaged the suspect. We have identified the suspect right now, tentatively a 28-year-old female white. We know the address of that person as well, and so we have some ongoing investigations as to that. We have 3 adult victims, and we have 3 children who have been identified, and their families have been contacted. Right now, I will refrain from saying the ages, other than to say I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of building. I want to say thanks to all of our partners, to the FBI, to the ATF, and other federal partners, to the THP, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the TBI, the District Attorney, and to the Fire Department, who all came together and seamlessly addressed this situation as quickly as possible. I've already gotten a request from the national media about a great response. We're still assessing that as well. But what I can say, and what I've said before, is that whenever I hope that we would never have this situation, that if we ever did, we would not wait. We would immediately go in and we would immediately engage the person perpetrating this horrible crime. And so that's all I can say. Right now we have David Rouse, director of the TBI, who will come out to me to address his portion, and then we have others that will say something as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Again, I want to echo what Chief has said in reference to the great support and the great teamwork that has been taking place here, and as well as sending our heartfelt prayers to the families, to this community of these victims. Now, I know there'll be people who want to criticize us for prayers, but that's the way we do that in the South, right? We believe in prayer, and we believe in the power of prayer, and so our prayers go out to these families. The role of the TBI in this investigation is we have been asked by General Funk to assist in the officer-involved portion of this incident. So the incident where the officers engaged the suspect, we are assisting the Metro investigation. And the reason we've got Metro doing the primary investigation is because it was a fluid scene. So there wasn't a single stop in the action. And so as they investigate the homicides, then we felt it was most appropriate for them to continue that investigation. But we will assist as in our role as an independent oversight on the officer-involved situation. And so that will be the role of TBI. We too want to thank all of our partners. It is special. We've had this conversation, unfortunately, too many times in Tennessee, and that is that you wish you wouldn't have to do these types of scenes. But when you do, you want to have the working relationships that we have in our law enforcement community here in Tennessee. It is amazing. And we've all come together as one and working very tirelessly, and we'll continue to work together to address this situation. It's a horrible, senseless tragedy, and we will be here working with our partners to get through it. And, next, I'd like to introduce the District Attorney General for this area going forward.
This is the ultimate crime when school children and caregivers are the victims of senseless gun violence. Can't say anything before we first express our concerns for the victims and their families and the extended number of victims that are traumatized by today's events. I came out on the scene today because our current operating procedure is that when an officer is involved in a shooting, that the TBI comes out, and I knew that this was a unique case, and I want to make sure that everything was handled appropriately. Director Roush was out here almost at the exact same time I got here, and Chief Drake had already been on the scene for a while. The three of us met and talked about how the investigation was going to be handled. We made a joint decision affirming what the two law enforcement leaders, how they wanted to proceed, which was that Metro was going to handle the bulk of this, but the TBI would participate in a capacity to continue with making sure that we have transparency and everything, and to make sure that any backup that MNPD needs in this continued investigation would be provided. Can't not stress enough how seamlessly that worked to have a conversation, a decision to be made quickly and appropriately as far as how the case was going to be handled from here. Hats off to Chief Drake and to Director Roush. I also want to thank Chief Swan and our federal partners as well. While I cannot comment about the ongoing nature of the investigation, really impressed with the work that's being done by law enforcement.
Yes, good afternoon. First, let me just say, as everyone else, what a tragic day here in Nashville. So our hearts and our prayers do go out to all the family members and also the first responders that actually made this call. As always, the fire department and the Office of Emergency Management, our job is to support. And we were here at the beginning and we'll be here to the end. We just ask that everyone, again, as it was said earlier about prayer, we ask for that. And the ongoing support that's needed from our standpoint is to give support in any area that's asked for on the scene. So again, we thank you, and from this point forward, we'll just continue on with our mission and try to bring some type of closure and resolution. Thank you.
I anticipate there will be another briefing at or before 4 o'clock. We will entertain 2 or 3 questions at this moment before these gentlemen have to go back to the scene to continue their work.
Chief, you identified, did you identify the shooter in this case yet?
Yes, we have identified the suspect. It's a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian or lives in the Nashville area. We are having ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time.
Located her place of where she lived? You have officers there?
We have.
Was she wearing body armor?
Was she wearing body armor? I can't say that far into the investigation. I don't remember seeing it, but I can't say for certain if she had body armor on or not.
Did she have any connection to the church?
From my initial findings is that at one point she was a student at that school, but unsure what year, all of that, but that's what I've been told so far.
Did she give any word on social media, or has her social media been examined at this point?
The investigations are still on at this point. Our federal partners, our state partners, we're all looking into that to see exactly. This is still fluid at the time, but we're looking at everything.
Did anybody pull the fire alarm? Do we know?
Don't remember a fire alarm going out. I was told there were kids that evacuated into a wood line, had the presence of mind to do that, and to go to a fire hall. Once we arrived on scene, we had everyone moved to First Baptist Church, Woodmont, and that way we could get parents and children reunited, and then ultimately make the notification on the 3 kids.
Do we know yet if the side door she entered in was locked or not?
There was a door that was entered. All doors were locked to our understanding, and how exactly she got in at this point is still under investigation. There is a vehicle that was nearby that gave us clues as into who she was, and but as stated, that investigation is still ongoing.
Did the school have school shooter protocol?
They did have protocol, to my understanding. We had, unfortunately, 3 kids that were tragically hurt. It could have been far, far worse.
Okay, folks, we'll be back again before 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
That was Metro Police spokesman Don Aaron at the end, promising some additional information on or before 4 o'clock, about a couple hours. We learned a great deal from that, though, including that this 28-year-old woman, this female white, as the chief described her, went to this school at some point, and you don't know. Now, they only go through 6th grade, so she went here a long time ago, but she's old enough to potentially have had a child there now. You don't know.
Right, and so they also did confirm that there was a car connected to that woman found close by. So they are processing that car. They also do have the address for this woman, and they are at her place right now, whether that's a home or an apartment, a townhome. Police confirmed they are currently actively investigating the address connected to this woman, but so far that's all they've been able to tell us about her.
You know, in other shootings, we've seen this sort of thing play out. They go to the home of the shooter, and I guess they're looking for evidence of long planning, perhaps plans laid out there, maybe other weapons and that sort of thing. There's a great deal we don't know, but clearly the chief indicated, I don't remember the woman wearing body armor, because sometimes they do that. They wear body armor anticipating resistance from law enforcement, and they've got, armor on so that they could, be, perhaps shot, but not go down or be mortally wounded, so they could continue to do more damage. And the chief indicated this could have been far, far worse. I mean, it's a nightmare, but only 3 children killed, 3 adults, but there was 200 kids in there.
The chief of police, Chief Drake, said he was brought to tears whenever he realized what had happened here. And for our men and women of law enforcement who are strong, who deal with tragic scenarios daily, even they, just cannot help but be moved by what has happened. I mean,
sure. The chief's from here. This is his hometown.
I mean,
he's a Nashville guy.
This just goes back to, so many people have very specific jobs to do in these circumstances. But at the end of the day, they're people, they're parents, they're neighbors, they're, their husbands and wives and people that are all connected to this community. And it has just rocked so many people. And, something too that stood out to me when we were listening to that news conference just moments ago.
We're both taking notes.
Yeah,
sure.
taking notes. David Roush, who is the director of the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, said something that stood out to me. He said, "We are not going to take criticism for prayers." He said, "Yes, we have a job to do, but we are praying for these families." And we heard some of our other leaders say the same thing. Chief Swan said, "Our hearts and our prayers go out to these families." Not only that, but we are asking you to, in the way that you know how, right? The best way you know how.
Simplest way.
To pray for these families.
Let's go live right now to Fox 17 News' Caitlin Miller, and she is live at Vanderbilt Hospital. And Caitlin, I know the prayers are centered on those most directly impacted by the wounding, but of course, everybody involved needs prayer tonight.
Yes, Scott, definitely. We actually just moved over to the Children's Hospital here at Vanderbilt, where I just confirmed with their spokesperson that 3 children were transported here. And we also confirmed that 2 adults were transported to the regular emergency room here at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Now, we are waiting to hear to see if we can speak with someone here at Vanderbilt to get an update and see if there are any other patients in this area. One thing I saw that I really wanted to point out is the Uvalde Foundation for Kids. They actually reached out to the school community here in Green Hills and offered their support and their crisis support line for any families or people in this area impacted. And I thought that was really special just to show the nationwide outreach. And they also said that, this is just a reminder that we really need to take an aggressive approach to end gun violence in the schools. And just being out here at the hospital, I mean, my thoughts and prayers go out to these families involved. I cannot imagine getting that call this morning and having to rush to the hospital to see if their kid or loved one is okay. And we will keep you updated out here at Vanderbilt as we hear more. For now, reporting live, I'm Caitlin Miller, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Caitlin, thank you. I've just got the chills, hearing all of this and what we learned from the news conference. One of the new things that we also picked up, and we've talked about it, here and on air, that Metro Police didn't wait. And the chief had said, if this ever, what happened in Uvalde, if it happens here, here's what's going to happen. And they did exactly what Chief said. We're engaging now.
By all accounts, we even heard from the district attorney, Glenn Funk. We heard from the TBI. They all appear to be on the same page with the mutual understanding that, yes, there was an immediate response of 5 officers who went into that building.
To engage.
They could hear the gunshots when they went in and immediately engaged and shot and killed that woman. Now, we do understand that there was one officer who does have minor injuries as a result of something that happened in the middle of all that.
I'm assuming the shooter was shooting back. They were firing, and we don't know that he was injured or she was injured by a gunshot. That's speculation, but we know the shooter was shooting, and we know they were shooting back, and we can only speculate that perhaps, a ricochet or something, hit the officer.
Well, and all that information will come out as this investigation
maybe by 4
moves forward. Yeah, so we heard Don Aaron, who is a spokesperson for Metro Police, tell us that we will have another update at 4 o'clock, if not sooner. Interesting also to note that Metro Police is leading this investigation. You know, a lot of times another agency will come in and take over for various reasons, but it does sound like the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is going to assist and that Metro is going to lead this.
Well, the way it works in Nashville, people all the time are saying the TBI should investigate. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is only activated by one of two things. And one of those is an agreement by a large city police department like Nashville, where there's an officer-involved shooting. We don't investigate our own people. You, the TBI, come in and investigate that. So the TBI is leading that part of it. But the only other time the TBI ever gets involved is when a district attorney, a sitting DA like Glenn Funk, activates the DA and says, I need an agent to do this. And they can often, you know, in smaller counties where law enforcement is not as fortified, for lack of a better word, maybe they're not as experienced, the TBI would lead the investigation on a big shooting. But a big city like Nashville, we've got investigators who are quite experienced, you know, and have been to all the great schools and know how to do this. So they will handle the homicide part of the investigation, and they've got a lot of video, so they'll know exactly how it played out.
Yeah, they're working through the video that they say does exist in and around the school, so that will be part of their investigation. It is 2:07 right now, and I couldn't help but just notice the time. It was 4 hours ago.
That's right.
4 hours ago right
10:13.
now. These kids were at school. The teachers were there.
Everything was fine.
The leaders of the church. It was a normal Monday. These kids are, you know, they just had spring break a week ago. They
6
were
minutes later.
gearing up for their Easter celebrations, which we saw the
on
Easter
the
sign.
Yeah, right outside
in
the
front
school.
of the school, and there was just no way to comprehend that this is how the day would unfold. And we're getting word. I mentioned, you know, we're members of our communities, and so we're getting word from friends of friends who are so deeply and tragically impacted by this. And so we just want to say a special prayer for all of you. And for those of you who have children or husbands or wives or neighbors who walked out of that building alive today, we're praying for you as well, because what you have to go through now also is going to be life-changing.
There's no guidebook for it. Yeah. And we know that the children involved were under the age of a sixth grader, so that's the top end is 12 or 13. They only go from, you know, pre-K, so that's the age we're talking about. And we've heard some ages, but we're waiting for official confirmation, and police have not yet provided that. Let's go back live to just outside the scene right now, and Fox 17 News' Amanda Chen. Amanda?
Yes, as you mentioned, we just heard from the TBI, the district attorney, the Nashville Fire Chief Swan, and Metro Police Chief John Drake. Now, again, as they mentioned, there are 6 victims, 3 children, and 3 adults. Now, that 28-year-old white female shooter also dead, and they just confirmed Chief Drake says that they believe she was a student at some point at Covenant School. They are still working through those details, but they do believe she was a student at that school. Again, she was 28 years old. Chief Drake says he does not believe that she was wearing any body armor, but Metro Police did say this female shooter had at least 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun and entered through a side door, which police say was locked. So they still don't know how she got in those doors. They're looking through that footage right now, but she went in through that side door and went up to the second floor is when she started shooting. Now, Chief John Drake says Metro Police did not wait. They entered right away. They engaged with that female shooter right away. And the district attorney calls this the ultimate crime. Chief Drake says he got emotional when he heard and saw the 3 children being taken out of the school. Again, this is still a fluid situation. Police are still looking through video footage, and we will be sure to keep you updated with any information that we do have. But for now, reporting live from Nashville, I'm Amanda Chen, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Amanda, thank you. As we continue to pour over the information that we gathered from the news conference, we also have another member of our team, virtually every member of the Fox 17 News team, on air, online, you know, people behind the scenes that you don't see, are working, trying to gather information and images from this.
Well, and one of the ways that we gather information on the daily now is through social media.
Yeah.
We have
The new normal.
Oh, we have local, state, national leaders who are sharing their feelings about what's happened here in Nashville on social media. But we've also got folks who
Everyday people
witnessed, what went down in the Green Hills neighborhood. We want to send it over to Fox 17 News, Erica Glover, if we can. Erica, I know you've been looking through some new pictures that have just come in.
And we always get permission before we use these so people know.
That's exactly right. And I do want to say first, Jen and Scott, you all were talking about how we know some of the families, some of the neighbors who are being impacted, right? So I was checking in with my husband because our family, we know someone whose little one goes to this particular school. So we were just sitting on pins and needles trying to see what update they had for us. And thankfully their little one is okay. But then I have to think about the other families who aren't getting that news, right? And we have to think about the parents who were just waiting on the edge of their seats, wondering if they were going to be reunited with their little one. Parents like this photo right here, where you can see a little child just crossing a busy intersection
In their
here,
uniforms there.
in
They
their
wear
school
uniforms, yeah.
And then that child, if I zoomed in here more, you really can't get a good picture, but if you go to Fox 17 to the Twitter page, you can see that child is so emotional, and that loved one is just, that mama or whoever is just holding that little one with all she's got. And as I saw that when I was posting that on our Facebook page, I had a viewer then respond to me and say that they were at work and they could see how parents were being reunited with their kids.
Yeah, the husband works across the street, apparently, and was able to kind of look out the window and see the whole thing.
They could see kids that were running across this street, and about 2 hours or so, that husband said that he couldn't watch it anymore. He was so emotional.
Gotta go home.
So he had to just go home. And those are the kind of stories that we are seeing on social media. And I know that you all are sharing updates and talking about the shooter, the 28-year-old shooter who used to be a student at this school where all of this took place. And I want to just remind folks that if you want to watch the news conference again, then go to fox17.com. You can watch that in its entirety and get all of those answers. And of course, you can continue watching our newscasts throughout the rest of the day.
Well, we know how people do. It's a multiple, device. We've all got our phones and we're pouring through social media as we sit here.
Erica, thank you so much for that update and that perspective. And speaking of perspective, I want to share with you a little bit more about the Covenant School. We've mentioned this is a church-based school, pre-K up through 6th grade. The head of the school is Dr. Catherine Kuntz. All of this is according to the Covenant School's website. So Dr. Catherine Kuntz is the head of the school there. The Covenant School was founded in 2001.
Fairly new, as schools go,
Yeah,
20 some odd years.
It's a ministry of Covenant Presbyterian Church. According to their website, their average enrollment is right around 200, which we did get an update from Metro Police telling us they believe 209 students. And this was
intimate group.
It is, and on their website explained their student to teacher ratio.
How small?
It's 8 to 1.
Oh my goodness.
So when we think about, and you mentioned this, what a close-knit community this is. These are small classes.
It's smaller than most Sunday school classes.
Right.
You know these kids.
Very close.
Intensely personal.
Very close. It's the kind of school where, they're done in 6th grade. So a lot of these children go on to either, public school education or other private schools in and around the Nashville area. They mention like Battleground Academy, Brentwood Academy, CPA, Davidson, Ensworth. So the children who go to this up through the 6th grade then go on to further the rest of their education somewhere else.
I saw those images, one of which Erica shared a moment ago, and I'm a kid who grew up in Lexington, Kentucky, but I went to Catholic schools. We wore uniforms just like that. We went to church with the folks that we went to school with, and to your point, incredibly intimate, families you've known since, just came up knowing them from church, knowing them from school and things. So there's so many people that are going to have connections to this small group of people. Let's go back live now to Fox 17 News' Jackie Del Pilar, who's live outside the scene. Are things breaking up there at all? One sense is, at the church that hopefully by now everybody's been collected, but I gather that maybe law enforcement and some others are coming there as well.
Scott, folks are leaving the church, but there's still a lot of people here gathered, hugging on each other, loving on each other, sending prayers, sharing prayers. We've seen folks kind of slowly streaming out of the church. Not so many people coming in at this point, but a lot of people slowly leaving. But there's not been a mass exodus of folks. There's not been a moment where we say, okay, they closed the church, people are leaving now. This is very much still an active scene here. I'll give you a look. You can see folks, like I said, coming in and out. A lot of times we'll see people coming out slowly, hugging each other. Their arms are around each other as they make their way to their vehicles and head home. We spoke with the head pastor here. Actually, he just is here in the grass in this red shirt. He's the lead pastor of the church. Earlier, he asked us to step off the property and give space to these families, which is what we're doing. I'll go pop over and talk to him here in just a minute to see what updates he has. But I did have a chance to speak with a school psychologist earlier, or a child psychologist rather, who was inside immediately after families started showing up. He is working on a program here in Nashville that helps with mental health, and so he decided to come down here and see how he can help. He said that inside there was a big prayer circle. He said everyone was praying over each other and hugging. He said, oh, look, looks like there's a lot of folks leaving the church here now. But the person inside told me that the police were doing an excellent job making sure that everyone had what they need. You can see some people here in the parking lot. They're hugging on each other, like I said earlier. Just an emotional scene here as families are leaving this church, trying to process what happened and just extending love and support where they can. Gosh, that's just such a powerful image, seeing those folks walking out together.
I know.
In
I see one of the
solidarity.
sign, or one of the on
This
the
has
back
really
of the
touched the
shirt says police chaplain on one of those gentlemen's shirts.
Yes. The police chaplain is here. They have been here lending support. I've seen multiple chaplains actually here throughout the day. I've seen some folks in scrubs with Vanderbilt who were here as well, lending support. A lot of different responders here. Firefighters are here. They've got, drinks and snacks. We actually were able to grab a water bottle from them earlier because we were out here in the sun as well. Just a very supportive scene here. And as folks are driving by too, they're rolling down the window. They're asking us for updates. They're asking us what's going on. They're sending prayers. So it's just showing how the community is coming together here. We've seen families coming out with little ones. We've seen grandparents, cousins, neighbors. This is really just considered a safe space for folks to come and gather and just love and pray on each other. And Scott, like you said, at this point, I haven't gotten the official word, but at this point, I think everyone is accounted for in here in the church because we're seeing folks leaving. But yeah, just such an emotional scene out here. But we'll be staying out here trying to talk to folks who are up for it. We're not going to be too invasive on folks as they're processing and grieving, but we'll be out here speaking with families and other folks shut up, and we'll share more updates later on.
Jackie, thank you for that update. We do have crews around Nashville, working to get you all the updates that we can to this story. We've got Jackie Del Pilar, we have Kelly Avellino, we've got Erica Glover here in studio.
Amanda Chan.
Amanda, we have Caitlin Miller over at Vanderbilt
Children's Hospital,
where, there are moms and dads
who have tiny bodies there that they're going to have to go to a funeral home after this.
And that.
These poor babies are going to be autopsied too, because there's data that has to be collected. There won't be a criminal case where we have to have a trial and find out all these things, because the shooter in this case is dead, unless we find out this person acted in concert with somebody else.
Well, and right now, what police have been able to tell us about the shooter, a 28-year-old woman from the Nashville area. They did find a car near the church, the school.
So presumably drove there with these weapons in tow.
And they do have an address connected to this woman that they are actively working right now. They did not tell us anything else about this person other than the details I just gave you. And I know that so many people want answers and want justice and want accountability and want change and want safety and want reassurance. And those are things that may or may not come as we get more answers.
Unfortunately, with other shootings that we have seen like this around the country, in too many cases, they seem to be, when we can find out who is behind them, committed by somebody who has mental health issues. And you can't help but wonder if something like that is at play here. And that's one of the many things we don't know. But in my mind, nobody in their right mind goes into a school with little children and starts shooting.
Well, and police did tell us that this woman went in through a side door, but police also did say that this school does have safety protocols in place.
Had a plan.
We are working to find out what that might have been.
Well, we did kind of learn during the news conference something new, in that apparently some people inside the school, one person took a group of kids into a tree line, another took them to the fire station nearby. So these adults, I guess maybe that was part of their plan.
Well,
Assuming so.
every school, whether it's a public school, a private school, a church-based school, they all have some sort of plan. I mean,
well, they drill like you and I used to for tornadoes. Now they drill for active shooting.
I having been, and our children have been on both sides of that. Scott and I have been on both sides of the school systems, and I can tell you, every place that is an institution of education for children has some kind of emergency plan. The question ends up being, was the plan followed? Were the proper protocols in place?
Were the outside doors secured? Because, I mean, that was the thing in Uvalde. That person, was off the property down in Texas, waving the guns around, and supposedly everything got locked down, but the shooter got inside.
Right. So I mentioned that we do have team coverage on this breaking news. It's 2:21 right now. We have been on the air for a couple of hours. The first calls came in about 10:15 this morning. So for those of you who might just now be turning on your TV or streaming us on your phone, why don't we do this? Why don't we just kind of take a breath, reset, and start from the beginning of what we know.
And we know that there are some people who are at work and maybe they don't live with their phone in their hand like we do. But at 10:13 a.m. this morning, Metro Police tell us that the call came in from the Covenant School in Green Hills, the Burton Hills neighborhood. And it's a small private Christian school that starts at pre-K, goes up through 6. Very shortly after, we learned that victims had been transported there to the hospital. 3 children, which we now know are confirmed dead, 3 adults in the school, but we don't know whether they were teachers, administrators, or some other member of the school staff. And subsequently, we heard that there was a female shooter and then it may be a teenager, but that turned out not to be true.
Right. Metro Police confirming a 28-year-old woman in the Nashville area is the person responsible for this. You mentioned that 1013 call where shots ring out, police are dispatched. At 10:13 this morning, a lot of these children had already been in school for a couple of hours, preschool at the Covenant School, and pre-K starts at 7:50. Kindergarten through 6th grade also starts at 7:50. So these children had already been well into their routine of the day. It was just another Monday, just another Monday, probably snack time, getting close to lunchtime for these children, when everything changed in an instant. And both Metro Police, the TBI, the District Attorney's Office, all with the same story during a news conference that Metro Police immediately ran into the threat. There was no waiting. There was no hold on a minute. There was no let's coordinate this. There was no wait for this to get
Which
here.
is the way you want it. There's children in danger, people in danger inside the building. Shots are fired. We immediately enter. And Chief Drake let us know just, half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, 5 officers made the attack. And I'm sure the call goes out. And we have scanners here where we can hear police calls. Most folks cannot, get that. But, you're in the area. I'm sure everybody converged. Me, you, whoever's in the area. 5 of them went in at the same time, coordinated efforts, and did what needed to be done.
Yeah, police said they could hear the gunshots as they entered the building, so they went in the direction of the sound, and that's when there was an exchange, and that 28-year-old woman was killed. But by that time, that woman, who police confirmed went into the Covenant School in Green Hills with 2 assault-style rifles and 1 handgun, and by that time had already killed 3 children
Just that quick.
and 3 adults.
And depending on the amount of ammunition and the clips and how many bullets they held, the chief indicated, he didn't share that information, but he said this could have been so much worse. Because you've got people in a confined space. Thank heavens this wasn't at a larger school where the classrooms are larger and wherever these people were, you know, bigger school has just more folks in the same proximity. And when bullets are flying, it is, you know, a lose-lose situation.
Well, we also know the connection here between the school and Vanderbilt University, because immediately, you know, first responders rush in.
Very close by.
Yeah, and Vanderbilt University, the Children's Hospital, they're confirming to Fox 17 News that, in fact, they did have 3 children who came to the hospital who died. We, behind the scenes, and through just some of our personal friend circles and family circles, are hearing things, but we're not sharing that yet. Just know that these are young children. I mean, all of them 6th grade and younger.
The oldest kid there would have been 12, 13 max.
Yeah, so we...
as young as 4.
That's where we are right now. Okay, so we kind of ran you through the timeline of what happened this morning. We know that by now, families have learned about their children
Almost
or their loved
certainly.
ones. We've seen people filing out of the church, a lot of investigators still on the scene, and still so many questions that we know you want answered and we want answered as well. So we're working just as hard as we can to get it.
Now, we do know that the shooter in this case, the woman, the 28-year-old white female who is now deceased, has a connection to the school. She at some point went to that school. We know it started around 2000. She's 28 years old, so she has got to have been away from there for quite a number of years. You wonder what happened. But we do also know that police, based on identifying her, have made their way to her home. I don't know if it's a home or an apartment, but wherever she lives, and are going through that scene right now. No doubt looking for signs that maybe you wrote something down, why you did this, what's the beef?
Right.
That's the why.
Why in the world? Well, as we continue to piece together the story and work to share some of the stories of the people so deeply impacted, we're following different social media accounts that are verified, where we know we've got credible information, and that's what Fox 17 News' Erica Glover has been doing for us this morning, this afternoon. Erica, what do you have now?
Well, Jen and Scott, I'm taking a closer look at the photo that is right behind me here, coming into our Fox 17 newsroom from viewers out there who were in this area at the time. This photo, I'm going to take it behind me, but I also spoke with my producer to show it right here on the screen. That way you get a better view of this. And we blurred out some of the faces, but what is so noticeable here, and Scott, you pointed this out, they're crossing this very busy street and they still have their school uniforms on. And also with the photo that's coming into our newsroom is also a witness account. And I want to just take a moment to read a portion of what was shared with our newsroom. So this particular person was making a delivery right next to the school. They say, or they wrote to us, "I heard gunshots start as I'm walking back to my car, so I jump in my car. It was just so loud and an actual barrage of shots fired, but I really didn't know where it was coming from or that it was even at the school. So they left the immediate area. They turned right onto Hillsborough Road, headed towards town. That's when they saw a woman jumping out of the woods into the road directly in front of that person. They slam on their brakes. They see the children behind her. They jump out and start waving their arms at that point, and they try to go ahead and direct traffic. They try to stop the other vehicles from continuing on down this road." So those are some of the updates that we're getting here. And they talk about how they saw the helicopters and the police that were, on foot running by this area. And again, that person just jumping out of their vehicle, trying to do whatever they could, trying to also figure out what was going on in this moment. And I know Jen and Scott, your parents, I'm expecting my first child. So of course, we can so relate to what all of these families are currently feeling at the moment.
I know after I first became a parent, I even thought for a time about getting out of the news business. Because I guess all the things that happen now, it's personal in a way. I never purported to understand how a crime victim felt about losing a loved one, but all of a sudden, I knew what it was like to love something. And you're going to find out, Erica,
Yeah.
you would jump
Scott,
in front of a train.
Right. And I have to say, too, when I was heading to the newsroom, we live near a school.
Yeah.
And Jen's seen my house. I can see the kids playing. And it felt so different to hear that news and then hear my husband trying to check on our friends and our family and knowing that we have a baby on the way and then seeing those kids playing out in there in the backyard. I just had to stop a moment and just pray.
So innocent,
Yeah.
And every one of them innocent.
And
Just
that's,
babies.
in a scenario like this where none of us can really, truly put ourselves in anybody else's shoes, we can we can have compassion and empathy and pray and, you know, just be there for people who are going to need a support system, right? I mean, whether they lost their child or their family member today, or whether their children or their family member survived today, you know, there will be things like survivor's guilt, right? I mean, Erica, you know,
why am I still here in that child?
Right, like you were talking about seeing all those little kids out there today and those moms and dads who get to go home tonight and hug their kids.
Well, unfortunately, those parents are also going to be thinking, why my baby?
Right.
You know, why?
Right.
Why? You know, why, Lord, has this come to my door? Why?
So hard to understand.
And there's no why.
There's not. We just have to have.
There's evil in the world.
You know, we just have to have faith, and some of that faith lies in, you know, answers, right? And when you finally maybe feel like you get a little bit of closure to something, or you.
I don't know how folks who don't have faith
answer.
get by in days like this.
Well, Erica, thank you for that perspective, and we appreciate you. And we'll check back with you here in just a few minutes as you get more information. Thanks.
We should ask as well. I know there are other viewers that may have video, may have compelling images, and television operates on two axes. You know, pictures and sound. The pictures that tell the story, and we depend on our neighbors, our friends, to help us tell the story here. And there's a story of a lot of heroes. And that's what I see when I see a woman in the road who I assume is a teacher stopping traffic, getting these babies away. That's a hero, a community hero.
Or the, you know, our
anybody who helped is a hero.
Our law enforcement who ran toward the gunshots.
They're heroes.
Without thinking, you know, to
That's
try
right.
to stop it. Or the teachers, or the cafeteria workers, or, you know, the volunteers who were there this morning.
Ordinary folk.
Who hid
up.
children. I mean, our kids, sadly, our kids know what to do in a situation like this because they've been trained and told what to do if
Isn't
this
that
ever
horrible?
happens.
But that's a world we live in.
That's just where we are. And so, talking about heroes, there will be stories of men and women and children who stepped in today to save lives. Thank God. Right, that they did something, whether they hid children in a closet or moved them out of the building.
You always hope you'd have the courage to do what you can when the time comes up.
It is heavy. It is so it's heavy on your heart. You know, it's heavy in our community, and so we just, you know, we're doing the absolute best that we can to not only keep you informed today, but just know that
bring some humanity to it.
We're all connected in all this in one way or the other. So
we are. Fox 17 News' Kelly Avellino is our weekend anchor. She's helping us out today. She's right outside the entrance to the school. Kelly, the scene there obviously still quite active. I'm sure it will be all day, probably for days to come.
Absolutely, Scott and Jennifer. We can see more and more emergency vehicles and other vehicles that were parked inside the parking lot for the Covenant Elementary School and church there, leaving at this point. It has thinned out some, but again, still very active at this point. Recounting what we have confirmed at this time, 3 young children and 3 adults losing their lives after Metro Nashville police say a 28-year-old woman, a Nashville resident, somehow made it in through a side door into the school with 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun. She did fire, again, taking 6 lives. Metro Nashville police arriving within moments. This all happening just after 10:15 this morning. They did not hesitate. They went right into the school and took out the threat, took out the shooter. Still, though, many lives lost this morning. 6 lives, 3 children and 3 adults. We have some moving pictures on our social media that I was just looking at Fox 17's Instagram of community members, family members, a woman in the middle of a street holding a child and other children crossing the street, getting away from that active shooter. I spoke to 2 families who live across the street, heard the gunshots this morning. They tell me the response was very quick. They didn't realize what was happening at the time, and then ultimately, after tuning in and learning what had happened, they realized it was a shooting. These families have friends and families that attend Covenant Elementary, and of course it's just harrowing moments waiting to hear from those you love. And of course there are 6 families today that will not hear from their children or loved ones. So certainly a lot of people now coping with that loss and trying to, I guess, carry on throughout the rest of this investigation. We do know the suspect's home was located. Officers, investigators are at that site now, potentially looking through things to find out what type of motive. We know the shooter did attend school here years ago when she was of elementary school age. And at this point, we are just waiting to hear more information. I spoke to 2 school employees who were inside the building preparing lunches at the time. They are just very unnerved. They actually are an entire family that works at this school, and they are waiting for the facilities manager, who is their family member, to come back out. They are looking over security video. Again, this investigation will be ongoing for days, weeks, months to find out things like how this woman was able to get into what police say was a locked side door. So those answers will come. But again, just harrowing moments here as the activity has lessened a little bit, but still a very intense crime scene here right now. I'll send it back into the studio.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much for that live update. Kelly is just outside of the Covenant School, which is where the breaking news has happened today in the event that you're just now joining us. 6 people killed at the Covenant School in Nashville. This is in the Green Hills area. Very busy part of town, a lot of neighborhoods and restaurants and
it's a very fluent part of town.
Shopping, yes. This is where you would go to Green Hills Mall. Just so think that general area. The calls came in at 10:15 this morning. Police do confirm that a 28-year-old woman is dead as the shooter, but that we have 3 children and 3 adults who sadly lost their lives this morning when they simply showed up to go to school.
Obviously, one of the things that we're hoping to learn in the next few hours and share with you is who was this woman? What was her exact connection to the school? When did she go there? She's old enough to potentially have a child that was, in school there now. She's 28 years old, so it's not outside the realm of possibility. She graduated, married or involved in a relationship that produced a child. But what was her beef, with that location? It is a church-connected school. All the kids that went to school there, 209 was the official count. Those made it out and were all slowly taken to nearby Woodmont Baptist Church, which is about a mile and a half away, right at the intersection of Woodmont Boulevard and Hillsborough Road, just about a half a mile off of 440. And that's where parents came and picked up their children, except for those that were transported to the hospital. And we mentioned 6 victims. 3 children, all under the age of 12, 13, possibly as young as 4, and 3 adults, but we don't have information on exactly how old they are or what they did at the school. But the 7th death there, because the graphic said 7 dead, is that 28-year-old woman who Metro Police moved in. There were 5 of them, engaged the shooter, neutralized the threat.
All right. We have been several hours now into this breaking news story. And as you might imagine, there is a lot of speculation that is already swirling on social media. I want to just take this opportunity to tell you what we do know and what we don't know with regards to the weapons used in today's school shooting. The only thing that Metro PD has confirmed to us is that this 28-year-old woman came in with 2, and I quote, assault-style rifles and 1 handgun. If you are seeing anything on social media that says otherwise, at this point, that would be speculation. We have not been given the type specifically of gun or guns that were used today. But I'm already seeing that on social media. In fact, the president of the United States has already gone on Fox News to talk about this. He's made an address and has made specific mention of the type of gun used.
Really?
That information has not been released locally.
Not that the president couldn't have it, because we know that agents with the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, we refer to them as the ATF, also responded to this shooting, not necessarily because they were needed, but because we have federal agents. I guess they are connected, and we're going to come, we're going to help. I mean, the THP doesn't do this sort of thing, but they responded.
Sure.
And
So it's possible that there is information specifically with
Let's hope
regards
he would be
to,
informed when he said that.
But let's hope so. But again, just locally here at home, what we do have confirmation of is 2 assault-style rifles and 1 handgun.
Yes, and sometimes people refer to weapons as being automatic weapons, and
Or,
some of them look,
interchangeably. And
yes, and they
that's
look
not
really
the right thing to
scary.
do.
It doesn't necessarily mean they're an automatic weapon, but I know this, bullets come out of guns and you're just as dead, whether it was an automatic weapon or another type of weapon that we, often hear, AR-15 style that we hear associated with some crimes. But we don't yet know exactly what's involved. Or the biggest thing is why? What would possess someone? Right. Who is this person? What has so angered you? What's going on in your life? And all we can do is speculate, ask questions, because we don't have that official information.
Yeah, until we see a letter or a social media post, which is what we do see in some of these cases. At this point, we just don't know. But I know that that's the number one question, is the why. So we're working along with investigators to find that out. Also, this morning, or it's an afternoon now, but the shooting this morning has prompted, and we know this by talking to some of our connections behind the scene, this morning's deadly shooting very quickly prompted other local school districts to huddle, talk about, assess, or reassess, or address security concerns that exist in our schools, whether they're public schools or private schools. I know for a fact that conversations have already been had today, since the shooting this morning, with regards to what are we doing in our schools to make sure our children are safe? Can we be doing more? What can we, and listen, I say this knowing full and well that when we talk about safety and security at our schools, you cannot put a price tag on the life of anyone, and yet every time it comes down to the money.
It does. And
do we have the money to install the cameras or the security
SROs.
guards or the metal detectors?
There's a bill that will come before the Senate Finance Committee in our own Tennessee State Legislature tomorrow at 8:30, and it is an SRO bill. I'll have to call that up and see what the specifics are, but presumably it would be talking about finances to fund a school resource officer. They're already in, pretty much all the high schools, and a lot of times they are in the middle schools. Mm-hmm. And this presumably would be a bill to maybe include elementary schools. That's a conversation that's being had in other states. It's a conversation that has been had in Nashville, i.e., shouldn't we do this based on what we've seen at other places? Because it used to be, when these things happened, it was only in a high school, and then all of a sudden it happened in middle school. And then we had, in Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school targeted, and there have been others. And so that's why the conversation is being had, but it's going on now in the backdrop of this very real case, not in some other state, in the heart of Nashville, where our legislature is meeting and, try to make new laws that will govern, our populace right now.
Well, not only that, but I can imagine the number of parents who today called their school immediately and said, I just want to make sure everything's okay at my school. Are my kids safe? Should we be concerned?
Or I'm coming to pick my child up because I just want my child.
Sometimes that's
I can only know they're safe when they're with me.
Yes, and so in addition to the leaders in our school districts and the lawmakers who, this will be conversations for weeks now. The parents who are calling schools and saying, what are we doing? What do we have in place? What is our standard operating procedure? What are our protocols? How do I know my kids are safe? And those are all very real, very valid questions in this day and age when we have children who are trained in how to respond to a situation like this. I never will forget the first time my daughter came home from school and she explained how she, I'm gonna try to get through this without losing it, but at that time, and this was years ago, they were told that each kid in an active emergency or an active shooter, each child had a job to do. And, Jimmy, you do this, honey, you do this, and children had little specific jobs that they were supposed to do in the event that there was an active shooter. And I never will forget when my daughter came home that day, and she was little. I mean, she was like maybe 5 or 6, and she said, "Mama, I'm the one that has to secure the door."
Isn't that something? My
And I
child's
just
got the
remember
job.
thinking, why did my kid, right? Like, why? But when schools are trying to
Big
get
responsibility.
when schools are trying to get kids to understand in very simple terms, you have to do this to stay safe. That's how it happens. And children who are taught, okay, you lock the door, you go to that corner, you get behind that desk, you go in that closet, you turn off the lights. I mean, that's in very simplified terms what our children learn these days.
I've gone on the state website, the General Assembly's website, to identify the bill that I just sort of referenced.
Yeah.
Hey, we understand they're having this hearing. It was filed March 15th, so just a couple weeks back. The bill, this is what it says in summary. It would require, so there's no, like, oh, you can do that if you want to. No, it would require each local education agency, they call that an LEA, to assign at least one full-time school resource officer, SRO, in each school to serve during the regular school day, during school-sponsored events held at the school, and it talks about the money. So apparently, I'm looking at 1,837 schools in the state. Average cost for an SRO, they were estimating at $73,000 a year, and I'm sure that's pay, retirement, sick time, health insurance, all that sort of stuff. But this is coming up tomorrow before the Senate Finance Committee. You said it's all about money, and from them, it'll be providing the money. And Tennessee's never had more money than what we have. We keep doing these stories about
Surplus,
the billion-dollar
yeah.
surplus that we have. So it's not as if, oh, we've got to impose new taxes to pay for this. No, we have the money.
All right, so that'll be an angle that we continue to work as the days and the weeks progress here. Right now, though, we do want to let you know, as part of our team coverage, we have Fox 17 News' Jackie Del Pilar joining us. She has been just outside of the church school working to get us updates. So I'll confirm that she's standing by, ready to go. Yes, okay, we see Jackie now. Jackie, give us your update.
Yeah, we continue to see families leaving the church that's been established here as the Reunification Center. Every couple of minutes we see a family walk out, often multiple children, and these are young children. We know this is an elementary and middle school. We're seeing children, kindergartners, first graders in their uniforms, their parents with their arms around them as they walk to their cars beside us. They are getting escorted by police and deputies, making sure that they are safe, getting across the road into their car and just being with them as they head to their car to go to the privacy of their own home. But there are still a lot of people here. I'll give you a look. Lots of cars streaming out. We haven't seen as many people coming in lately, but we're seeing more people leaving. This has been a very emotional day here as families are coming and loved ones all coming into this church to pray together, arms around each other, just lending support where they can. We've seen community members who with no connection to the school coming up to help. Just a couple of minutes ago, a gentleman carrying a cooler came by and offered us water and snacks because he knows that we've been out here for a while as well. And he's going around making sure that everyone has what they need. I've seen multiple cars pull up with people getting out with bags of supplies and snacks, just lending a hand however they can in this extremely difficult time. It really is emotional seeing these young children in their school uniforms walking hand in hand with their parents as they go to their car. And I know it's so hard for us to process this as adults. I can't imagine what's going through these young children's heads. It's the horrific experience that they just had. I spoke with a child psychologist earlier. He's from the UK and he's doing a project in the UK and in Nashville. He just happened to be in town for his project, so he came down to the church here. He came down to speak with families and be with them and make sure that they had what they needed. He spoke about how Metro Police were doing such a fantastic job inside, making sure that everyone had what they needed. There was a big prayer circle. Everyone got in a giant circle and just started to pray. The best thing that we have right now is each other. So this is just really just a safe space for families, loved ones, friends, neighbors, anyone who has any kind of connection to this school to come here and just be with each other right now. We haven't gotten any official updates here as far as how long they're going to be open. I did speak with the Red Cross earlier. They are here. They're here to lend support when they can. And I asked the Red Cross employee, how long are you guys going to be here? And she said, as long as it takes. So we will stay out here and keep you updated throughout the day. Again, still very active around here. There is the traffic has been slowing down. I think a lot of people are just kind of slowing down to take a look, but there's police around every perimeter here. So we'll continue to stay out here and bring you updates throughout this newscast. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your Codette station.
Jackie, thank you. Obviously busy there in Green Hills, and Woodmont Baptist Church, which was, I guess, the site of the Reunification Center. They also have a Mother's Day out there, and I saw some very small kids, and you couldn't help but wonder if some of those kids were not connected to the Covenant School, but maybe just did Mother's Day out. They do it Tuesdays and Thursdays, Mondays and Wednesdays, and
Sure.
a couple hours.
We were talking just a moment ago about the response on the part of other schools here in Middle Tennessee upon hearing about this news, and not only assessing their internal policies and procedures for an intruder or an active shooter, but a lot of leaders of our local school districts are now sounding off and sharing their concerns, their thoughts, their prayers. And so if we've got Erica on standby right now, I'd like to send it over to Erica, because she's been able to put together a lot of this in one place to look at pretty
all those
easily.
comments.
Yeah.
You bet.
All right, well, Jen and Scott over on Fox17.com, we are putting together a list, a continuous list that we are continuing to update, is what I really should say, hearing from the federal, state, and local leaders about their feelings about this, about what they want to see moving forward. One statement that I'm going to read is from Senator Marsha Blackburn. And in one part of this, she says, quote, "My office is in contact with federal, state, and local officials, and we stand ready to assist." Now, I know some parents were wondering if their school district is being impacted in any way, because I know I live by a school, and I saw more parents than usual already there earlier in the day picking up their student just out of precaution. So we did hear from Rutherford County Schools as well, and they said, hey, we're on spring break right now, so they're not seeing that kind of situation. The Tennessee Titans even tweeting out, "We were heartbroken by the senseless loss of life at Covenant School today. We offer our condolences to the families and friends of the victims and the entire Covenant School community." If I continue scrolling on down here, and I do want to go to the bottom, because the Southern Christian Coalition also sharing that this situation, and we know this, but I'm going to quote it, "This situation is a horrific tragedy and the worst nightmare of every parent and teacher." And then going back to our leaders, right? Representative Mark Green providing a lengthy statement here, and I'm going to read a portion of this, and it says, "No family should ever have to endure this. Right now, the most powerful message we can send is that we are a state that grieves together and stands together. Thank you all to our first responders working on site and the medical teams over at Vanderbilt." And I also want to just share that you can go to Fox 17 News, our website, our Twitter, our Facebook account, and get some of the facts regarding this, because I am seeing some misinformation on social media, and that happens when we have breaking news situations. But we want to get the facts out there, especially for the parents who are being impacted by this, for the loved ones who are out of state, who are going to Fox17.com, who are just trying to get some information. Maybe they can't get in contact with their loved ones during this very busy time. So just lean on that resource. And of course, you can go to this particular link that we have on our website, and it talks about community leaders responding. If you search that, you're going to get this site right here, and you're going to see, again, how we're continuously updating this. But of course, Jen and Scott, that our leaders, they often go to Twitter and share their thoughts on this. And it's just something that, unfortunately, a lot of them are relating to, right? Because they are parents. Because they can show their emotions and talk about how they're feeling impacted, or maybe they know someone who's being impacted by this firsthand.
I just received a statement via email from the Catholic Diocese of Nashville. I'll read it really quickly. It says, "News of the shooting and the loss of lives at the Covenant School this morning, deeply sad and shocking." And that was according to Brian Cooper, who's Chancellor, Chief Operating Officer of the Diocese. "Painful reminder, these horrific events can happen at any time, and we are not immune."
Yeah, we have, Scott and I were thinking earlier this afternoon about the last time we had to report on a on a school shooting, and it would have been years ago in Marshall County, Kentucky, where a student there killed 2 classmates. That student has been sentenced, but that community, even to this day, still grieves the loss of those 2 children in a small town. And I know Nashville's not really a small town anymore, but this is a small, tight-knit community. And when you look at 200 children going from pre-K up to 6th grade, a class ratio of 1 teacher for 8 kids, that is like family. And when we talk about your circles of friends or your contacts or your co-workers or your family or extended family, we are all in some way, shape, or form impacted when this happens in our backyard.
You mentioned the school shooting in Marshall County, Kentucky, and it's so funny. That's essentially Benton, Kentucky, but Marshall County, Kentucky's a little bit of a weird egg. It's one of the only places I'm even aware of that people say, I'm from Marshall County rather than the city. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I just wanted you to check your battery on your mic. I think we just lost your microphone.
Oh, well, that's not good.
So if you want to change that, no, go ahead and change it real quick. And
Watch this.
but to Scott's point, when you talk about small towns or tight knit communities, there's not anybody who doesn't feel this in some way. And if you have a heart, I mean, it's hard to process, the how and the why and the what, and it's impossible, as much as we care for and pray for and love and support the people who were victims of this today, we cannot possibly begin to imagine what you're going through.
I was about to tell you before my mic went out, but when this happened there, I was dispatched from here. I went up there. Why did they send me? I used to work in Paducah, Kentucky for a couple of years before I came back to Nashville and worked here 16 years ago. When I get there, there's a guy that I know who had worked with me at the television station in Paducah at the time, but now he teaches radio and television at Marshall County High School. And, talking about tangentially connected, his daughter was one of the students. And he's on site as a former news guy, but now I'm an instructor and I have a child here. And I can remember when those kids were preschool, we used to do Friday night football coverage just like we do, and he would always, have the football, and he would say, hi to Maddie and Will, his 2 kids. And it was Maddie, M-A-D-D-I-E, that was in the school at the time. And he couldn't talk to me about it other than just, let me hold him.
Yeah.
Well, personal.
And for the families that will not be able to hold their little ones tonight. I mean, they had to go to Vanderbilt today to identify their babies. After
I can't imagine
this shooting, you can't. I mean, and I feel so much pain for those parents knowing that.
And I cannot imagine.
And yeah,
No.
so we even heard our leaders of law enforcement and the TBI saying, please pray for these families. They're not shying away from that. In fact, one of them said, we are not
Don't bother to complain.
Don't even
I'm
try
not hearing that.
complaining.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear it. They said,
Not
don't
hearing
even
that.
complain. We don't want to hear it. We're praying for these people. That's what they need, because in so many cases, there's nothing else that we can do except be unified in that one thing. So however you pray or meditate, whatever that might be, for these families and for them to one day, maybe someday, find any level of peace.
You mentioned the connection. This is a global thing. We're monitoring social media, and people across the world are talking about this. In fact, Erica has a comment that I believe this one's from Africa.
Okay, so you talk about around the world, right?
Yeah.
And I'm back on social media right now on Twitter. I'm not going to show you the photo because it does show some of the students and their faces, and I don't want to do that. But from Brittany Grayson, who is a doctor, this tweet just 4 hours ago, and I'm going to get the exact timestamp for you, but just 4 hours ago, we arrived at the Covenant School in Nashville. Our dear friends invited us to speak at the chapel and stay and visit their girls' classrooms. She then shares a photo of the classroom. The kids were great. We taught them about life in Kenya and what it means to be a missionary. And then she then goes on to say, we drove away at 10:12 a.m. and less than 20 minutes later is when the shots rang out on campus. She also goes on to tweet out, "There are no words for this feeling. I think the normal feeling is supposed to be relief that we were already gone and our lives are safe. But of course, right now she's just thinking, oh my goodness, we were just in that classroom, just in there talking about life in Kenya and what it means to be a missionary." And I know that we were sharing a lot of tweets over on our Fox Nashville Facebook page, or I should say on the Twitter account, and then on our Fox 17 Facebook page, as well as Instagram, just sharing updates that we're getting. And these are the kind of comments that we're getting. Folks that were on the campus just moments before, or folks who had some sort of connection. So they're sharing how perhaps their office where they worked at was just down the street and they were looking out the window or hearing things from what was going on the street. That's what we're sharing with you right here in our studio. I also wanted to send it back over to Scott and Jen, because you all were talking about, you know, the experiences from folks who have those connections. And then how we are continuing to get updates from our local leaders. That's something that I'm going to be double checking on my phone right here, that I'm constantly looking at to see how they're reacting to this, what changes they want to see. Of course, we know in real time it's happening so fast.
Sure.
And so that's what I'm trying to keep up with. But I mean, that's just a crazy perspective to hear.
You guys have been up since the crack of dawn. My hat is off to you as well for your, just being here and walking with us. Couldn't do this alone, I'll just tell you that.
Well,
and bless you and thank you.
No, of course. Listen, this is a team effort, and this is what we do, and we serve our communities, and we do it, on the good days and the bad days and everything in between. And we hope that by all of us being here for you, along with our crews in the field that are working hard behind the scenes, that you feel informed, and that we give you a good I guess all-encompassing look at what we are trying to process here in this tragedy in Nashville. And
part of that includes the coverage we're showing you right now. This is the Fox 17 News drone that is up, showing you what's going on this school property. That's the Covenant Church/school property in question. We're obviously being very careful to keep our space, and we've got a limited amount of time to be up because these drones, are battery operated and that sort of thing. But you can see there's still a lot of folks at that school. There's still a lot of law enforcement vehicles right up there on the perimeter. There's people moving around the parking lot. I assume that the shooter's car is among those that are in that parking lot. I see a big unit that looks like a camper or something kind of on the left-hand side of your screen in the middle. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that is a TBI crime scene unit that has been dispatched to the scene, or a Metro Police unit where they do the forensic work of, looking for fingerprints and taking the photographs and things of that nature. And you also see what looks like maybe a cover in the parking lot. That may be totally over the car. And this is, again, about in the middle over on the left-hand side. Mm-hmm. Looks like maybe some tent, where they would put a tent on there to preserve fingerprints, to keep prying eyes like ours or others from seeing what they're doing as they process that vehicle.
Well, that's an interesting point. And we do know, and it confirmed through Metro Police, that yes, in fact, the 28-year-old woman who they say is responsible for this tragedy today did have a car close by. Police confirmed they were inspecting that car. They also told us they had an address for that woman, that they were actively searching as well. Now, we've been working, to get that information for you, both about the car and the house, as we, along with investigators, just work to try to piece this thing together.
Jen, too. Doesn't that look like that's what, because this is in the parking lot, and you would normally have something like that in the parking lot. It flat out looks like a tent that would be placed over a vehicle while you processed it.
It does. Now, I'm also looking even to the top and to the left of that, what looks like perhaps another type of cover.
Yeah. And maybe they're doing some work there. We don't know. I'm just speculating
here. It is possible. Now, I will say also, we did see a blue crane out by the school earlier this morning.
That was at Woodmont Church, Woodmont Baptist Church.
Oh, you're right. That was at the church.
Yeah.
That's right. My mistake.
So, and we thought maybe they were cleaning the windows, fixing the roof. Who knows? I mean, we've had, wind damage,
right.
lately.
So at this point, we can see the crime scene tape. We can see a lot of police vehicles.
Yeah, but that's what those look like, mobile crime scene units that either TBI or Metro Police possess right in the middle of the screen. We're getting a closer look now than we were a minute ago, and you can see a little bit more image-wise. It's pretty obvious these two vehicles, that one's blue and white, so maybe that's Metro or the fire department. There's like an ambulance there still on scene, a bunch of white cars with stuff on. You can tell those are police vehicles on top. You can kind of see the word police, because they can spot them from the air. And but you don't see a lot of people moving around, although there is some. I see guys here in the parking lot. I say guys, gals, I don't know who they are.
We are respectfully keeping a bit of a distance, but wanted to launch the drone so that you could just get a better perspective of, the size of this church. It is a big presence in the Green Hills community. We won't do anything that would impede this investigation. That's the last thing, right, that we would want to do. So we keep that distance, but bring this to you just to kind of, like I said, give you that perspective. And one of our shots from the drone just a moment ago, and by the way, this is live, you could see, I think it was off to the right, Green Hills Mall in the distance, and this is
that's exactly right. Pretty close by.
That part of town where Green Hills Mall is just down the road. Landmarks like the Bluebird Cafe are close by, and at 3:05 right now, it's always busy in this part of town. There's always just a lot of general traffic congestion, but as we get closer to the rush hour time, later this afternoon and into the evening, it's just worth noting that if you have business or, an appointment or, a sporting event or something like that in the Green Hills area, just please be advised that there are still a lot of police officers and a lot of grieving families who are over in this part of town. So just maybe give them a little extra space.
The world is watching. I'm looking right now at a story from the Daily Mail, which is a major world publication, a legit publication, and it's indicating that this school shooting is only the 5th in history in which a female, a woman, was the shooter. In most cases, when you see it on the news, it's almost always a man.
And so the why, 28 years old, lives in the Nashville area. Police confirm she used to go to this school.
Got a connection?
What in the world would have prompted that to go into that school? You go in through the side door she had.
And had intent because you brought 2 weapons, 2 rifles with you, assault style, and a handgun. So you came here with the intent to do harm. It's not like, well, I just spur of the moment thing. No. You came here armed and then entered with these weapons on your person, strapped to you in some capacity.
Well, and that, gosh, you think about the impact as we talk about it, and the numbers and the details and the news releases and whatnot, but at the end of the day, we have six families in Nashville that they don't have,
their lives will never be the same.
They don't have their babies or their wives or their husbands or their moms or their dads. 3 children, 3 adults, and you don't get that back. And then for all the children and the teachers and the staff and everybody connected, you look at how this kind of event branches out beyond just the victims, right? And you think about how deeply this impacts families, and yes, for everybody who survived today, who will have to work through emotional, psychological, or physical trauma, many of them for the rest of their lives after what happened at 10:13 this morning. Currently it's 3:08. We are coming up on 5 hours since the first calls came out to Metro Police, and they sent 5 officers into the school immediately upon getting there. They ran toward the gunshots to try to take out the shooter, and they did.
There is also going to be a candlelight vigil tonight, and I'm just looking at a full screen graphic. I'm sure it will be one of many, but a candlelight prayer vigil. Tuesday, so not tonight, but tomorrow night, March 28th, 6:30 at the City Clock Center, and it says everyone is welcome. I think there is another. We're receiving, reports of these things via social media, and I'm sure you guys will see them as well.
You mentioned Belmont. Is that what you were talking about?
This is a different one, and I'm looking for the one at Belmont as well.
All right, here, I've got the Belmont
You see
pulled
that
up.
one?
Yes,
Okay.
so Belmont University, just within the last 40 minutes or so, said, we're heartbroken at the shooting that happened at the Covenant School. Our prayers are with our city and every member of our Belmont community who is connected to this school and its home church, Covenant Presbyterian. So we're learning now of a direct connection between Belmont University and the Covenant School and Covenant Presbyterian Church. So University Ministries.
This is Belmont United Methodist that you're talking about, right?
This is Belmont University.
Okay, there is a Belmont United Methodist that's having a vigil tonight.
Okay. Yeah, this one. So at Belmont University, for those of you who are connected or interested, University Ministries at Belmont University will be holding a service of prayer and lament at the Bell Tower at 4 o'clock. Now that's coming up in 40 minutes.
And that's right there on the Belmont University campus.
So if you are someone who maybe you're watching or listening right now and you feel helpless.
And you say that's 40 minutes?
And you think, I could be there in 40 minutes. I just personally would encourage you to go. Go, and if that in your way is a way in which you can process this, or maybe in some way pray for or help these families, go for it. Again, 4 o'clock, the Bell Tower at Belmont University. Anybody
on the campus right there.
Yeah, right there on the
As a crow flies, not too terribly far from this.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true, in the same general part of town.
And then at 6:30 tonight, Belmont United Methodist Church, 2007 Ackland Avenue, and just saying all are welcome, a candlelight vigil sanctuary. President Joe Biden, we referenced him. He has called this shooting the worst nightmare for these families. Says this morning's shooting once again putting gun reform in the spotlight. He says it's time that we do something to protect our schools. Joe Biden speaking.
We have to do more to stop gun violence. It's ripping our communities apart, ripping the soul of this nation, ripping at the very soul of the nation.
President Joe Biden calling on Congress to pass an assault weapons ban to prevent, in his words, another senseless attack on our children. But we do not know if an assault weapon was used in this particular shooting, only that it was an assault style weapon. She had 2 rifles and a handgun, but assault style just means they look like those. It doesn't mean that it was an automatic weapon.
Or that was in fact the one that was used in the crime. So those are details that our local police department, Metro PD, is heading up right now. We've got Metro PD leading the investigation. We have the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation helping in that. We've had the DA's office, Glenn Funk, come out and mention that they are assisting in any way as well.
Our drone is coming down. I mentioned when we first started using it, the battery's life only lasts so long. We go up for about 20 minutes and it is now coming down. You might think, what's happening? It's not crashing. It goes right back down to where it landed, or where it took off from to land. But we're glad to be able to bring you those images to offer some perspective and show you what's still going on site. At the other scenes that we've had, I can remember at Uvalde, the police were on scene for days. And then later it was determined we're never, ever again going to hold school here. And that's happened other places where they say, because of what happened, we just cannot. And one wonders if those kids would ever be able to go back in that building.
I graduated from Virginia Tech and was working as a journalist whenever the mass shooting happened on my campus. Now, I was not there at the time I was covering it.
Sure. Tucson at that time?
Yeah, I was living and working in Tucson when the Virginia Tech massacre happened. And that very conversation was had because when you know what happened there.
It's what you think of every time you walk past, walk in, walk through.
Right, right. And so would certainly be understandable if the folks at the Covenant School felt like they could not return to normal there. I mean, they will never emotionally or physically return to normal, but as far as, how will they move forward here for the, they're not,
short run,
not
time
just,
and space.
The children of the school, but their church as a whole, and how they operate in that community.
This map is a little bit different than the one we have shown you previously, but it gives you great insight into everything that happened. At the top of your screen, everybody knows 440, that essentially runs between Interstate 40 on one side of town on the west side and Interstate 24 on the south side. Well, the 440 here that we're talking about is right in the middle, you know, right where it intersects Hillsborough Road. That's one of the big exits folks get off to go to the mall. Well, you get off there, you come, you know, toward the mall, Woodmont Baptist Church, which is at the first intersection you come to, right there at the intersection of Hillsborough Road and Woodmont Boulevard, is where the children were taken after they left the school so their parents could come and get them and take them home. Then you'd have to go past Green Hills Mall and maybe, I don't know, maybe a mile, maybe less, because there's only about a 1.5 mile distance between Woodmont Baptist Church and the Covenant School, but this gives you the proximity. You see the mall there, you'd have to pass the mall and go on past that, a couple of lights, and then when you get down to the Burton Hills development, which is on your left, right across from St. Paul's Church on the right, you'd have to go back up in there, and that is where this church and school is located. So this map, and I believe Katie might have made this. Katie,
Yeah.
did you? She did. She's shaking her head.
Katie.
Just every member of our team is doing what they can to contribute to our understanding of time, space, place, because not everybody is from Green Hills or lives around here, but that gives you a real good indication of exactly where we're talking about.
It does, you know, and obviously the impact to this church, this school, and this close community, but it spans out. I had a chance to hear from some of our friends and extended family who are involved in education in one way, shape, or form. And some friends of ours said that who work in education said that their phone has been ringing off the hook from parents who either want to come pick up their children because it just makes them feel safer knowing that the kids are with them, or they're calling to check to see, okay, what are our safety procedures? What are we doing?
Are we prepared? Do we have a police officer on site?
Exactly. And I know that those conversations are being held en masse today after what has happened at the Covenant School. You know, in so many ways, you can't always truly prepare for something like this, short of, you know, creating physically building up walls, right? I mean,
that's what you want to do as a parent. I want to build a wall around my family so that there's a hedge of protection so that nothing can get to them and hurt them.
But you want to know, you want to feel reassured, right? You want to feel that reassurance.
Nobody's feeling that today.
That wherever your children are, that they are safe. And I think that's what so many parents are grappling with right now.
Well, if we learned anything from this and all the other school shootings, is that none of us is safe anywhere. Yeah. And I'm sure that our enemies, and you can lay out who those are, that's exactly the way they want us to feel here in America, that you know, something horrible could happen to us. And many people say, I refuse to live in fear, and I get that. Mm-hmm. But hold your family tight, because you never know when will be the last time you will be able to love them, hold them, tell them. I tell my child when he gets out of the car every time, Pop loves you. Mm-hmm. You know, last thing he hears from Dad, if Dad doesn't come home, is Dad loves you.
It's awful that you have to think about that, but
where we live in.
Well, you know, just know too that there are prayer chains that are circling these families right now. And whether it's, you know, your home-based church and you live in Hendersonville, or you're down in Thompson Station. We've been talking to people offline here who live and work all over Middle Tennessee. And even if they don't go to church, they have been just, you know, the presence of mind to be thinking about these families, right? To meditate on them finding peace or closure or comfort in their faith.
There is power in it.
There's power in prayer.
Let's go to Fox 17 News' Erica Glover now, part of the morning team, my former co-anchor in the evening. I haven't seen her since she said just a couple days ago we're having a baby. And she's part of our coverage tonight and helping us to connect to some of the images that really take us right down to the heart of what we're talking about.
Well, Scott and Jen, I'm going to go ahead and share another photo from our viewers into our Fox 17 newsroom. And I know some folks are just now joining us, so I want to go ahead and reshare, excuse me for a moment. I want to reshare the photo that I shared about an hour or so ago that we're getting here. And you can see the students, and we blurred out some of the faces here in their school uniforms who are walking across the street here, you know, moments after the shots rang out And I'm sharing this photo as well as the witness account from the person that took this photo. And they were explaining to us how they were making a delivery next to the school. They heard gunshots start and they were walking back to their car. So they went ahead, they jumped inside of their car. And just as they were doing so, a very large and actual, and I'm doing a direct quote here, barrage of shots fired. But this person really didn't know where it was coming from or that it was even at the school. They left the immediate area. They turned onto Hillsborough Road, headed towards town, and see a woman jumping out of the woods. Okay, imagine seeing this. You don't know what's going on. You just heard shots ring out, and you see a woman jumping out of the woods into the road directly in front of them. Slammed on the brakes. They then saw children behind that woman, and they jumped out waving their arms to go ahead, just trying to stop traffic in this area so that way the woman and the other students who were crossing could go ahead and safely make it to the other side. And I shared a tweet, I believe about 2 hours ago, from someone who was watching these students be reunited as they were crossing the street with their parents. And the particular husband that I heard from said that after seeing this for about 2 hours or so, he was so emotional he had to pack up and just go ahead and leave. And he was sharing that photo. So we are going to continue sharing your comments. We're going to continue sharing any kind of updates. I know that Scott Couch was talking about some visuals that are going to be taking place in just a couple of hours. So we're going to share all of that information because a lot of folks, how they show their support is coming out and praying, right? Coming together as part of this community that is so very much tight-knit. And we all know someone who is possibly being impacted, or maybe you just have a student out there and you're wondering, should I send my student to school tomorrow? Maybe you're that parent that went and picked up their student early from school today. There's so many ways that you can get involved. So we're going to make sure that we connect the dots for you and share that information on our website, fox17.com. Of course, go to our Facebook pages, and we're going to continue sharing the tweets, sharing the social media updates.
Erica, thank you. We are also awaiting another news conference from the authorities. They promised before 4 o'clock or at 4 o'clock they'd give us another update. We're hearing that that is coming fairly soon. So if you're watching right now, don't tune away, because we are now biding our time, waiting for that to happen, and then we'll go do it directly. And that's where we got a lot of concrete information. We also, members of our team, believe they have identified where the home of the shooter in this case is. We're not telling you right now. We're trying to make our way to the scene, but we have seen images from there where there's a large police presence, where people who live in the area were saying they saw the police helicopter overhead, heard a big boom, and all of a sudden, you know, the door was open, and you always wonder, you know, is the house booby-trapped?
Right. Well, that's something that we'll work to find out, and just as soon as we get that information for you, we'll bring it to you live. In the meantime, we do have an update now from our Fox 17 News, Jackie Del Pilar. She has been out there in the community ever since, you know, we first got the call to go, and Jackie joins us live with the latest update.
Now, people continue to stream in and out of the church here as they unify with their families and just create this safe space as a place to come and grieve and be together as a community. If you can see here, there might be some cars in the way because of this light here, but there's a group of folks out here right now. They've been hugging each other for the past several minutes, talking to each other and just being there for each other. We've seen families all day coming in and out of this church. For the folks just joining us, I'll recap my experience so far today. So I got here around noon, and when I got here, there were 3 school buses in the parking lot, and folks were streaming off of the school bus. And while that was going on, there were cars coming in with families rushing over to those school buses. And I parked across the street and walked over, and shortly after I got on the property, the lead pastor of the church came out, and he said that the families are asking for us to step off the property, which we completely respected, and moved off. So now we are across the street here, giving families space as they try to process everything going on here. I just saw Councilmember Sharon Hurt. She's leaving the church right now. She came in to check in on everyone. We spoke with a child psychologist earlier who came down, and he's been here speaking with families and trying to counsel them and be with them as well. We've seen a great outpouring of support here. I've seen just in the past couple of minutes folks pulling up with bags full of snacks and waters and just coming in to lend their support where they can. Just on a it's been a very emotional day here with police on all sides, making sure folks are getting around. Not so many families leaving now. I think most families have left, though there are still some here. But about an hour ago, we saw families walking across the street back to their cars, and we saw little ones in their school uniforms with their parents hugging them as they walked to their car. They had a police escort going back to their vehicles as they try to make a safe way home this evening. And I hear you guys talking about just loving on your little ones and telling everyone you love them, and that's something we're all certainly going to be doing here at Fox 17. But yeah, so again, just an emotional day here, and we'll be staying out here speaking with folks, volunteers and other families, anyone who's willing to share their story. We definitely want to hear from you, but we'll be giving you space if not. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Jackie,
thank you. Appreciate your heart.
It is tough.
Well, we're people too, and yes, you do information for a living, you share news, and grateful to do it, and feel like you have something to bring to the table. But at the same time, you're a human being, and after you've had a child, at least I know what your loss is. I know what you love. I know I love that. And in my mind, that's when you really find out what love is, when you have a baby. You think you love your spouse, you think you love your mother.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a baby, you understand what complete, total love is, and that's what some of these families have lost.
Right.
So I mean, it doesn't get any more real than that.
Well, Jackie, appreciate your reporting, appreciate your heart, and thank you for being out there in the middle of it for us. We do appreciate you. You're doing the hard work out there. Want to just let you know that we are expecting a news conference with more updates from investigators here right around 4 o'clock. In the meantime, what we would like to do is get you up to date from the last news conference. All right, this was about
3:15, something like that.
Yeah, not
I'm sorry, 2:15.
Right,
yes.
about an hour ago.
Yes.
Yeah, so about an hour ago, we had our second update of the day from Metro PD, from the DA's office, and the TBI. So if we've got that ready in the back, which I believe we do, we're going to roll this for you. And again, this is from about an hour ago, the latest update, as we get you ready for the next update coming in about 30 minutes.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you all for being here on this very unfortunate situation. My heart and prayers go out to the families of the 6 people who were tragically injured. What I know at this point is at 10:13 today, officers responded to a shots fired call to Covenant School. It's a church school. Officers immediately responded. A team of 5 immediately went in the school, went to where gunshots were being heard, and engaged the suspect. We have identified the suspect right now, tentatively a 28-year-old female white. We know the address of that person as well, and so we have some ongoing investigations as to that. We have 3 adult victims, and we have 3 children who have been identified and their families have been contacted. Right now, I will refrain from saying the ages, other than to say I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building. I want to say thanks to all of our partners, to the FBI, to the ATF, and other federal partners, to the THP, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the TBI, the District Attorney, and to the Fire Department, who all came together and seamlessly addressed this situation as quickly as possible. I've already gotten a request from the national media about a great response. We're still assessing that as well. But what I can say, and what I've said before, is that whenever I hope that we would never have this situation, that if we ever did, we would not wait. We would immediately go in and we would immediately engage the person perpetrating this horrible crime. And so that's all I can say. Right now we have David Roush, director of the TBI, who will come after me to address his portion, and then we have others that will say something as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. again, I want to echo what Chief has said in reference to the great support and the great teamwork that has been taking place here, and as well as sending our heartfelt prayers to the families, to this community of these victims. Now, I know there'll be people who want to criticize us for prayers, but that's the way we do that in the South, right? We believe in prayer, and we believe in the power of prayer. And so our prayers go out to these families. The role of the TBI in this investigation is we have been asked by General Funk to assist in the officer-involved portion of this incident. So the incident where the officers engaged the suspect, we are assisting the Metro investigation. And the reason we've got Metro doing the primary investigation is because it was a fluid scene. So there wasn't a single stop in the action. And so as they investigate the homicides, then we felt it was most appropriate for them to continue that investigation. But we will assist as in our role as an independent oversight on the officer-involved situation. And so that will be the role of TBI. We too want to thank all of our partners. It is special. We've had this conversation, unfortunately, too many times in Tennessee, and that is that you wish you wouldn't have to do these types of scenes. But when you do, you want to have the working relationships that we have in our law enforcement community here in Tennessee. It is amazing. And we've all come together as one and working very tirelessly, and we'll continue to work together to address this situation. It's a horrible, senseless tragedy, and we will be here working with our partners to get through it. And, next, I'd like to introduce the District Attorney General for this area, Glenn Funk.
This is the ultimate crime when school children and caregivers are the victims of senseless gun violence. Can't say anything before we first express our concerns for the victims and their families and the extended number of victims that are traumatized by today's events. I came out on the scene today because our current operating procedure is that when an officer is involved in a shooting, the TBI comes out, and I knew that this was a unique case, and I want to make sure that everything was handled appropriately. Director Roush was out here almost at the exact same time I got here, and Chief Drake had already been on the scene for a while. The three of us met and talked about how the investigation was going to be handled. We made a joint decision affirming what the two law enforcement leaders, how they wanted to proceed, which was that Metro was going to handle the bulk of this, but the TBI would participate in a capacity to continue with making sure that we have transparency in everything, and to make sure that any backup that MNPD needs in this continued investigation will be provided. Can't not stress enough how seamlessly that worked to have a conversation, a decision to be made quickly and appropriately as far as how the case was going to be handled from here. Hats off to Chief Drake and to Director Roush. I also want to thank Chief Swan and our federal partners as well. While I cannot comment about the ongoing nature of the investigation, really impressed with the work that's being done by law enforcement.
Yes, good afternoon. First, let me just say, as everyone else, what a tragic day here in Nashville. So our hearts and our prayers do go out to all the family members, and also the first responders that actually made this call. As always, the fire department and Office of Emergency Management, our job is to support, and we were here at the beginning and we'll be here to the end. We just ask that everyone, again, as it was said earlier about prayer, we ask for that. And the ongoing support that's needed from our standpoint is to give support in any area that's asked for on the scene. So again, we thank you, and from this point forward, we'll just continue on with our mission and try to bring some type of closure and resolution. Thank you.
I anticipate there will be another briefing at or before 4 o'clock. We will entertain 2 or 3 questions at this moment before these gentlemen have to go back to the scene to continue their work.
Chief, you identified. Did you identify the shooter in this case yet?
Yes, we have identified the suspect. It's a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian, or lives in the Nashville area. We are having ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time.
Located her place of where she lived. You have officers there.
We have.
Was she wearing body armor?
Was she wearing body armor? I can't say that far into the investigation. I don't remember seeing it, but I can't say for certain if she had body armor on or not.
Did she have any connection to the church?
From my initial findings is that at one point she was a student at that school, but unsure what year, all of that. But that's what I've been told so far.
Did she give any word on social media, or has her social media been examined at this point?
The investigations are still going at this point. Our federal partners, our state partners, we're all looking into that to see exactly. This is still fluid at the time, but we're looking at everything.
Did anybody pull the fire alarm? Do we know?
Don't remember a fire alarm going out. I was told there were kids that evacuated into a wood line. They had the presence of mind to do that and to go to a fire hall. Once we arrived on scene, we had everyone moved to First Baptist Church, Woodmont. And that way we could get parents and children reunited and then ultimately make the notification on the 3 kids.
Do we know yet if the side door she entered in was locked or not?
There was a door that was entered. All doors were locked to our understanding, and how exactly she got in at this point is still under investigation. There is a vehicle that was nearby that gave us clues as into who she was, and but as stated, that investigation is still ongoing.
Did the school have school shooter protocol?
They did have protocol. To my understanding, we had, unfortunately, 3 kids that were tragically hurt. It could have been far, far worse.
Okay, folks, we'll be back again before 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Metro Police spokesperson Don Aaron wrapping up a news conference from about an hour and 15 minutes ago. But for those that are just tuning in, that gives you a full update, and we're waiting for another update like this, which we anticipate will contain more information about the shooter in this case, what they've learned, because we understand from that news conference, police, we know who she is, we know where she lives, and we're told police were on scene there, and we have received some information behind the scenes about where that is, and it's not too terribly far from the scene of the school. We know that she went to school there, and that police are there, and we're hoping to maybe, at 4 o'clock, get a lot more information about where that person, lived. Did we find anything there that sheds any light on this?
Well, I mean, we're approaching almost 6 hours since the shooting. So police, and there are times when it may not feel like it, but they do work very quickly behind the scenes. I mean, they've told us they've connected a car. They already had the address. They knew where they were going, and worked immediately to try to find out that information. That's not information that they're always going to share with the media, right? Because they've got investigations to work on. So just know that we're working behind the scenes, right, to continue to keep you updated while respecting the investigation as it unfolds.
Yeah, we're never going to get in the way in that sort of thing. It's not our place. We do want to report, but we also feel a great responsibility to report responsibly, and that is to say we're not sharing every half-baked rumor that's being circulated on social media.
There are a lot.
I'm looking at a picture of what is supposed to be the shooter, but what if it's not? And I'm not going to, until police tell us for sure this is who it is, we're not going to put up that image as this person, has done, and this person who's put it up does not have any connection to Nashville. It's always amazing, that some of these things pop up, and not necessarily that it's wrong, but the responsible thing to do is to wait until we can confirm it, because what could be worse than sharing someone's image and saying this is the person who did all these horrible things, and you're not the person who did all these horrible things?
A lot of careful steps that we're taking.
Better to be right than first.
That's right, and also just remembering here, we have an entire community that is shaken, that has had the most devastating day that prayerfully they would never have to go through anything like this again. But, for so many parents, their babies are gone. Their children died in this shooting, 3 kids and 3 adults. And those
others who were traumatized. You
Right.
weren't killed, but my friend was killed.
Right.
And how do you, and I'm sure kids wonder, why did my friend, die? Why not me? Why was their life taken? My life wasn't taken.
Moms,
Even at little
dads.
young ages, those thoughts come through your mind.
brothers, sisters, husbands,
right.
wives, aunts, uncles, grandparents. I mean, we're all connected. We're all connected. And even though Nashville's a big city and it's growing, and, we talk about that a lot, at the end of the day, we're all in this together. We're all part of community. And so when something like this happens that is so devastating, we feel it beyond the borders of where it happened. And it feels like a personal attack on all of us, and an attack on our safety, and an attack on our security. And as such, we have seen so many people in our communities already organize prayer vigils right now. As a matter of fact, people are coming together in prayer at the Bell Tower on the campus of Belmont University at 4 o'clock. So if you're watching or you're listening and you're thinking, what can I do? How can I help? Right, maybe this is a way for you to help.
Do that.
Drive over to Belmont, meet at the Bell Tower at 4, and they're going to get
community.
Yes, be in community, be with others. Whether you want to pray or meditate, or just be a shoulder maybe for somebody to cry on, or you need to do that yourself.
We just found out one of our former reporters, Alex Apple, who's now involved in one of the political campaigns for mayor, reached out to us and said, my mom worked at Covenant School in the front office. Says she is quite shaken by the incident, but is, okay, and sent us a picture. And she's an administrative assistant, and Alex's dad's in the property development business. But you talked about what a small area it is here. Someone we know. I just emailed Alex the other day about a poll I'd seen in the mayor's race. Didn't reflect necessarily well on his candidate, but I just want to make sure he'd seen it. Hey, have you seen this? So we're connected. We're still connected.
We are, and as we continue to get updates on the facts and the details and the connecting of the dots and the piecing together things, we will of course do that, but also just work to share in humanity, right? What happened today? And so for those of you who are watching or listening and maybe you want to share in that, we would encourage you to, you can leave messages or prayers or positive thoughts for folks on our Facebook page. You can sound off on our Twitter account. We've been, posting continuously for you. Maybe that's
updating, yes. So you can continue to follow. Maybe you were at work. And you mentioned the vigil. All the vigils that we know about, go to fox17.com. There is a story that we're continually updating. There's one at 6:30 tonight at Belmont United Methodist Church. There's another one tomorrow night at another church. And what you're seeing right now is a live picture. Looks like, I can't tell what that exactly says. I don't know if it's AMSUR or something. But anyway, that is the building in front of which the police department is going to give us another briefing. And they said at the news conference that you heard more than an hour ago that, on or before 4 o'clock, we're going to give you another update. And I hope we're able to learn more about this shooter and, what her connection is. And it's very rare, as we have, reported to you, that a woman is the instrument of the violence. 98% of the time, everything up to date, it's been a man. But since 1979, there have been, maybe this is the 5th time where a woman has actually perpetrated a mass shooting like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have seen our share of tragedies here in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky, and already today, after hearing about what happened at the Covenant School in the Green Hills area, we've had folks sounding off. So think back to the Marshall County High School shooting in Kentucky, right? That was in 2019. And then we had the mass shooting at the Waffle House in Antioch, right? The people who were killed recently there.
And the Giles County, Richland High School shooting in Giles County.
Right.
That was really the first mass shooting at a Middle Tennessee school. And when you get older, I don't know if this happens to you, I covered it. I remember covering it vividly. I remember everything that happened, but I can't tell you if it was 15 years ago or 30.
Well, and I think,
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah, well, no, but time passes that way, and it just feels like yesterday. But the point that I wanted to make in all of that is we are already hearing from victims' families in those tragedies regarding today, sending their prayers. making statements on
Brings you right back.
It does, because for those families who experienced deep loss, deep tragedy when their loved ones were taken in a mass or school shooting, they go through it all over again, right?
When something happens, it just brings up all those feelings that they felt, and they also were going about their business. In that case, it happened so late at night, mamas and daddies had gone to bed. My grown children may be out grabbing a bite. Lord have mercy, I've done that with my kids a few times. Wagging back in from some far-flung ball game, and you pop into the Waffle House to get something to eat, because it's one of the few places open in the middle of the night where you can get a hot plate.
Well, and these are just a few of the people who can relate. Scott and I were talking about how emotional it is for us as parents, or for you at home, to hear about it and to see the images, but we cannot put ourselves in their shoes. We can't possibly understand what they're going through, but
just the love, not the loss.
For the families of victims of crime like this, they can relate. They know what it's like to experience that loss. So we're hearing from them.
They could actually say, I know how you feel. I know what you're going through.
Yeah, and so we're sharing, I know a lot of the comments and the feedback that we've been getting here in the newsroom behind the scenes. We're putting a lot of that on our pages, like on the website, fox17.com. We'll keep you updated on Twitter and Facebook as well with their perspective in all of this.
As well as the images, and to me, the most compelling images that I've seen so far are those images where school leaders are taking children across Hillsborough Road, busy Hillsborough Road, stopping traffic to get the children as far away from the danger as they can. Some of the children are terrified. I remember the one image where a woman is, standing up holding a child for all she's worth, and that child hands around the neck. And is that her baby? I don't know. But they're all our babies.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It does not matter. They're all your babies.
That's right.
We were talking about the sadness that we feel today, and the tragedy that has happened, and the loss and the grieving and everything that these families are going to go through. And yet we will see the heroes.
The police officers, 5 of them, as you say, who rushed in while others were running away to confront the evil.
We will see the helpers. Yeah, I remember when I lived in Tucson, Arizona, we had the January 6th massacre in which Representative Gabrielle Giffords
She's responded to
nearly
this.
died. She's responded.
Member of Congress.
But I remember, when we were covering that story as journalists in Arizona, and we lost children that day in front of a grocery store.
And she was just doing a public speaking event,
was a town
and folks
hall
had
event.
come to hear her talk.
Town hall event. But I remember on that day, in my mind, as we were covering it on the news live, just like this, I remember thinking, and I know this might sound odd, but I remember thinking of the time that Mr. Rogers said, in a crisis, look for the helpers. When everything around you looks like it's falling apart, look for the helpers.
Those who are going to stand up. Speaking of helpers,
yes.
The Red Cross is among those helpers, and we saw some of the people with the Red Cross shirts on at Woodmont Baptist, and I think we're going to hear from someone in the Red Cross in a moment, but that's one of those helpers. In fact, I'm told they're ready now. Let's go to Fox 17 News' Jackie Del Pilar, who is with one of those helpers from the Red Cross right now, one of our guardian angels.
Yes, we do have a Red Cross representative here right now, Miss Deborah. If you'll say your name for us.
Deborah Alexander Fisher. I am the lead volunteer communications person for the Middle Tennessee area.
All right. If you'll just tell us what you know right now as far as what's going on here at the Reunification Center.
Well, I can tell you that our thoughts and prayers are with the whole Nashville community, because a tragedy like this, the whole community is involved. Our sympathies go out to the families of the ones that lost loved ones. The Red Cross, at this time, we are providing mental health care workers, spiritual care workers, snacks and water. We have also provided 20 units of blood to the Vanderbilt Medical Center.
Oh, wow. And were you inside the church today? And if so, what did you see?
I was. I am not at liberty to release that information, but I can tell you also that the Red Cross will be continuing their efforts with the local officials and our community partners, and because this will be a long healing process for us all.
And sadly, this is something that I'm sure you do prepare for. What happens as a Red Cross volunteer when you guys get this call that this is going on?
Well, it was ironic because I was at the headquarters about to give an interview about the Mississippi tornado disaster when we got the call. So at that point, we all coordinate, and we all have different jobs. So we all coordinated. We brought water. We brought snacks. We called out in our mental health workers. We've called in our spiritual care workers. And everyone is on call at this point when there's something of this magnitude that happens.
Well, thank you so much. So unfortunate that we had to be here today, but we appreciate you being here and speaking with us today.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we are here at the Reunification Center. We'll continue to monitor. We've heard that all the families have left, but there's still police here, and it is still a safe space for families to come if they need to. Reporting live, I'm Jackie Del Pilar with Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Jackie, thank you. We mentioned just a moment ago the putting of the pieces behind the scene to try to come up with answers to what happened today. Well, part of that process has been our crews, our assignment desk, working to find out more about the car connected to this 28-year-old woman and an address that police said they had. Well, it looks like the pieces of this puzzle are starting to come together.
That's right. Let's go live now to Fox 17 News' Kylie Walker, who is live in a part of Green Hills, not too terribly far from the scene of the shooting. And Kylie, I know you say there's a large police presence there, and we're waiting to confirm that this is where the shooter in this case lived, correct?
05 Brentwood Ave, where neighbors tell me they heard a couple of explosions earlier today after seeing Metro Police officers and SWAT rush by. Now we're right behind some crime tape. I do want to step off of the scene so you can see a little bit of what we're looking at. We're in the 12 South area, and it does look like that front door has been blown off. That could be some sort of correlation to those explosives that those neighbors were hearing. Now we do not know what's going on here right now or if there is any correlation to the school shooting today in Nashville. Now that is within a couple of miles from this home, but again, as of right now, we haven't heard anything from police. We do know that a helicopter has gone overhead as well, but we'll continue to keep you guys updated. We're going to remain on scene until we find out those details or if there was any sort of correlation again to that shooting in Nashville.
All right. Yeah. Appreciate your report. Thank you so much. Now, one of the things that we're doing behind the scenes as well is, when you have an address, we can do a record search.
Property search, see who owns the place.
And so we're doing that behind the scenes. Investigators are a few steps ahead of us.
Oh, okay? Sure.
So we've mentioned not wanting to impede the investigation, but we're doing our own work behind the scenes as well, so know that.
Now, Kylie mentioned that there had been reports in the area that there were small explosions there as a part of the police presence. And one of the things we know from seeing previous cases like this play out is law enforcement would go to the home of the alleged shooter. We saw this, in the Las Vegas shooting case. We've seen it in the Uvalde, case where they go to your home. They fear perhaps that the home has been booby-trapped, so they don't just go in for fear that we might lose law enforcement. So they would maybe blow the door. And once it's open, might even, send, a robot or something in to look around because you don't want any more loss of life. And we think that those are the things that are playing out now, but we share with you that we're speculating because law enforcement at the moment is keeping us at arm's length while they conduct, the very important work that they're doing.
Right. Well, and to that point, we heard from our police chief earlier this afternoon, and he was tearing up talking about how hard this is to, of course, do the job at task, but for the people who are very closely connected, how emotional this is for them because, our law enforcement are oftentimes, parents, grandparents, their sons and daughters and brothers and sisters and husbands and wives. And those 5 officers, let's not forget, we had 5 officers who stormed into this school and ran toward the gunshots immediately, trying to, as they would put it, neutralize the situation, take out whoever was firing those shots. And what those officers saw and witnessed today, is something that will be with them for quite some time. And we know that one officer did get injured today. We do not have any confirmation that they're life-threatening injuries. We think they're minor injuries.
I think if they were, we probably have some inkling of that.
Yes, minor injuries that happened in the middle of all of this. So exactly how it happened, what that injury is, we'll work to find out. But
you know what it reminds me of? Remember the Christmas Day bombing downtown on 2nd Avenue a couple of years back, where this vehicles down there, there's a speaker that's sharing this message, evacuate the area, middle of the night, and we've got police officers who are running door to door to door, banging on doors, getting people, waking them up, getting them out of there, and they did a job. I mean, the clock is ticking, a bomb is going to go off. How do you know that? Well, that's what the recording said, and we, of course, know what happened. In fact, that area hasn't quite returned to normal yet.
Well, and as we have seen with other school shootings, things or procedures that were not followed, mistakes that were made along the way that could have prevented loss of life. We did have our Metro Nashville police chief, John Drake, come out and say, if this ever, God forbid, this ever happens in our backyard, we will not wait. We will go immediately into whatever the threat is and do everything we can to stop it. And by all accounts today, according to Metro PD, according to the TBI who we heard from, according to the district attorney's office, DA Glenn Funk, it would appear that that is in fact what happened today, that Metro Police lived up to that word that they gave us, that heaven forbid we see that happen here at home. They're going to stand up. And that's how they're going to do it.
And they're going to be there. And I should tell you that, one of the national media outlets is reporting the name of the shooter in this case, and I'm hoping that we'll get that confirmed by Metro Police. We have all these things, but again, we're trying to make sure we're right rather than first with this, but I'm hoping that we'll get that update. But it does kind of do your heart good to know that if something should happen, your Metro Police Department is trained and willing, and every day they put their lives before us and things that would hurt us.
They do.
And they did it again.
Yeah, now, and to be fair, some of the questions that we're going to be asking as this investigation unfolds, though, we want to know, how long did it take them to get there, right? Between the time that the shots rang out to the time that the phone calls were made to the time that they got there, we will be working to hold them accountable on that end of it as well, and find out, could they have gotten there any quicker, right? And I know that's a question that a lot of families are going to be asking is, did they get there or could they have gotten there any sooner?
Chief told us that they received the call at 10:13. We've sort of been saying 10:15 because that was, when we sort of, took hold of it. So a couple of minutes before that. Yeah. The chief also said that the loss of life could have been so much worse. And I'm heartened by that because you've got essentially fish in a barrel, people in a small confined space, and you've got someone who's armed with an intent to do harm, to take lives. And while tragic, you realize how many other lives were there. There were a couple of other 100 lives there, another 203 people present, and their lives were not taken.
Well, and the heroes who will emerge undoubtedly in this story will be the children who did the right thing and got to the right place, and the teachers that protected their children, and the staffers who, got kids out of the building. I mean, those are going to be more of those heroic stories that we will be working to share as we go forward. Now, we've had a lot of team coverage here. We have crews spread out all across Nashville following the latest from the school, from the reunification area, from the neighborhood. We now know police are searching, perhaps in connection to the shooter. And then we've got Fox 17 News' Erica Glover. She has been sharing with us the social media side of this story and how it does in many ways, Erica, help tell the story. What have you been able to find the last few
More
minutes?
pieces of the puzzle, so to speak.
Yeah.
We're not hearing you. Is your mic on for sure?
Might have to check the microphone. Let's do that. We'll check her mic and then get right back to her.
Okay.
Breaking news, fluid situation. And as we do that, I want you to know it's 3:58. Metro Police told us that they expected to give us another update at 4 o'clock, if not sooner.
Before, they said.
Yeah. So we are on standby mode for that right now. And just as soon as they get their ducks in a row and get their people in place, we will cut to that live news conference, which we can actually see right here.
Yeah, we showed you this a moment ago. This is where the news conference is going to be coming from, and you can see a little more of the building. Apparently, you know, Amsberg is a company or a building or something in that neck of the woods, and that's where they are holding the news conference. And it could be that Metro Police are inside. I'm looking at the gentleman at the top of the screen. I don't know if he's in law enforcement or just another one of the reporters on scene. I just can't tell. It's too far away.
Oh, you know what? This is connected to health care. Hold on.
Okay.
Burton Hill. It's on Burton Hills Boulevard.
Well, there you go. Well, and we know that the school is just off of Burton Hills Boulevard, so apparently in close proximity, and that's where law enforcement is gathering. And we anticipate that literally any minute. And,
so some kind of healthcare facility that looks to be right down the road, if not right next door to the Covenant School there in Nashville. And just for those of you, I know this might be quitting time for folks. It's right about 4 o'clock where a lot of people get off work. Maybe you're switching from work to home life and you're just now joining us. Just want to remind you why we're here. We have been on the air since about 12:15. Earlier this afternoon.
When it became apparent what had happened.
Yes.
And that we had a responsibility to inform our viewers.
The tragedy at the Covenant School in Nashville, where 3 children and 3 staffers have been killed, along with police shooting and killing the shooter.
We learned from law enforcement that this individual came into the school through a side door armed with 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun, made her way as far as the 2nd floor, committing these murders before being engaged by 5 presumably uniformed and certainly armed Metro Police officers who eliminated the threat, for lack of a better word. Erica is I think, set up with our social media.
Yeah. I am. Right now I'm checking back in because I told you all that we had a family connection with a family that we know here whose little one was at the school at the time. So I checked in with her and she let me know that at 3:40 she was finally able to reunite with her daughter, and rightfully so. And I'm reading the tweet, or I should say the message that she sent me earlier today. And she was just talking about how, of course, as you can imagine, right now her daughter doesn't want to talk at all, how they're feeling about this. And I asked her, how did it feel to wait? And she described it as, quote, "It was a suffocating wait." And I think that really hits home for any parents out there. And I also wanted to know what it was like when she got the news. And she explained to me how she was at a meeting and she ran out of the meeting and they were in their truck heading over. And at one point, you know, the road is blocked off. So she ran out of the truck, out of their vehicle, and then someone happened to see them and picked them up and got them as close as they could. And they were all just inside of their car just praying. So again, that is just another perspective. I also want to let you know, we were talking about, and I'm looking down at my phone here because my internet is not working at this particular point. But I'm looking down to update you when it comes to the different visuals that are going to be taking place. There is one that is starting right now, 4 o'clock, Belmont University. They are going to be doing a prayer service. There's also another one that is going on at Bethlehem United Methodist Church. That's going to be at 6 o'clock. They're also going to stream this one on Facebook. So we're not just hearing from our federal or state or local leaders. We're also hearing from the churches, the church leaders, right, who are saying, hey, we need to do something right now. We do have a link to different visuals that are going on, different candlelight visuals that are taking place on fox17.com. There's another one going on at 6:30 at the City Clock Tower. That's going to be in person. But again, that one at Bethlehem United Methodist Church, that is going to be streamed on Facebook. And of course, we're going to work to make sure that we have all of this on our Fox Nashville Facebook pages, because we have crews who are going to those different visuals to get the perspective, to speak with anyone who, of course, is willing to speak with them, not approaching anyone out of the blue and, you know, trying to get you. But if you want to share your perspective, then of course doing so. And I was also double checking here another tweet that I'm seeing from one of our Metro Council women, Sandra Sepulveda, and she was sharing how her family left California and why they decided to make that decision because of gun violence that they experienced in that particular part of California. We moved here when I was 5. And there is still gun violence, she tweeted out. There is no running away from this. It is everywhere and it must change. Right. We do have some other leaders who are speaking out. So of course, Jen and Scott, we want to get people to fox17.com if you want to read that.
We actually just received from Metro Police confirmation on the identities of the victims in this case, and we want to share those with you right now. And I will tell you that the 3 children involved are 9 years old, and you see the names on the screen in the middle there at the top. It says the 6 victims fatally shot by the active shooter at Covenant School are identified as Evelyn Dykes or Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kenny, all age 9.
In addition to that, the names of the adults killed: Cynthia Peak, 61 years old, Catherine Kuntz, 60 years old, and Mike Hill, 61. Now, I do want to point something out. One of those adult names is the name of the head of the school at Covenant. Dr. Catherine Kuntz is the head of school. She has been running the Covenant School for a little while now, and her bio is listed on the Covenant School
Impressive.
website. Yeah. Yes, I mean,
BS from Vanderbilt, Master's in Education, Georgia State, a doctorate in education, Trevecca University here in town. How long does it say she's been at the school, or did it?
I'm going to try to get that back up here.
I knew you had it up. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
But no, that's okay. But in the meantime, just
there's her picture,
and
in
there
fact,
we
for
go.
our viewers to see. Nice, fine-looking lady that has been running this school. Headmistress, sometimes they call, the people at private schools like that, headmaster, headmistress.
And just thinking too about, as we show you, Dr. Kuntz here, the head of the Covenant School, who was listed as one of the people killed. You
And
just
we've
think
known
about those
for hours
kids.
that they were 9-year-old, that there was a 9-year-old boy involved, and because you tangentially had connection.
Yes, and now to learn that all of those children are 9 years old would lead you to believe that perhaps they were
Fourth graders
in the same classroom.
Yep.
Gathered together, just going about their day. We've seen posts today from a local missionary group
Who was at that school.
who shared, they were
Yeah.
at this missionary group, had just come back from Africa.
Yes.
And they were at the school this morning talking about their experience working as missionaries
missionaries.
overseas, and just sharing their stories with the children.
Because they said that we thought it was dangerous where we were. There's missionaries, dangerous to go into, some of these countries and do the things that we do. Yeah. And the comment from this female doctor was that it's more dangerous in some cases for children here in the United States at private schools.
Well, just know that as we are learning these names and working to take care with them and be respectful of their families, just know that we are praying for you, for the Dykes family, the Scruggs family, the Kennys, the Peak family, the Kuntz family, and the Hills. These are all sons and daughters, brothers or sisters, moms and dads, grandparents, and our children who we've just lost.
And I would offer this as well. I cannot imagine being the mother or father of the young woman police say is responsible for these heinous acts. I would suggest to you that mom and dad and the relatives need your prayer too, because they are now in a situation none of us would ever want to be in. How would you? I come from a large family. I wouldn't like to be somehow held accountable for a crime or some horrible thing that some member of my family or extended family had committed, but I would feel rotten.
Well, and to your point about that person's family, I'm not sure if we've still got it available to us, but if we do, I'd like to ask if we could go back out to the neighborhood where we currently have a live crew. Kylie Walker gave us a live report from there just a few minutes ago, and it looks like we do, so thank you so much.
Brentwood Avenue or Drive over there off of Primrose, a couple of miles, and this is Hillsboro, Belmont area.
Just a mile or two up the road from the Covenant School.
Yeah, fairly
so
close.
Thank you so much to our field crews and our crews who are working in the booth right now for getting that up for us. We'll get it situated for you, but that is the neighborhood right now where police have congregated. I mean, they have swarmed this neighborhood. We've heard witness accounts of hearing explosions at a house.
Where we assume maybe the door was, blown open so they could gain access to make sure that a trap hadn't been set.
Well, and we don't have confirmation that this is the house that is directly connected to the shooter, but we do know Police told us they had the address.
Yes.
They knew about this person's car.
We're connecting the dots.
And so we are there along with law enforcement in this neighborhood.
And the name is out there, and the name connects to the house. You know, yes.
So we're being careful with what we put on the air. We just want to make sure that we have it confirmed and we get it right for you before we do that. So we've got that live location set up.
In fact, I think we can go back out now live to Fox 17 News Kylie Walker in that neighborhood and find out if anything has changed since last we were out there. The last word I got was that we could go back live there. So please let me know when Kylie is available to speak with us again. I'm told she's ready now. Yeah. Kylie, has anything changed since last we spoke?
Yeah, as of right now, nothing has changed, at least in the past 10 minutes or so since we last went live. But again, if you missed it, we are at 3005 Brentwood Ave. Right now, there are helicopters overhead. They have been flying above us for the past couple of hours. Now, neighbors that I spoke to earlier, spoke to a couple of them. They said that the ground was shaking. They heard a couple of explosives, and we are assuming that was for when the police were trying to get inside of the home, because it does look like the front door has been blown off. We heard that there were Metro police officers here. We did see some K9 as well, and then also a SWAT team as well. So we're continuing to stay here on the scene. We'll let you guys take a look at what we're looking at behind this crime tape, but this is in the 12 South area. We don't know what's going on here right now or if it has any correlation to the school shooting today in Nashville, but that is just a couple of miles away. But again, as of right now, we have not spoken with any police, so we are unsure if there is any sort of correlation here. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the day, and we'll be live again at 5:30. Live in the 12 South area, I'm Kylie Walker, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
Scott, I was just noticing it's 4:10.
I know, a little past the time we thought we'd have an update from police.
Right. So while we wait on that, we want to take you over live right now to our Fox 17 website. We've got all kinds of information for you there that you can read into and really delve into. But the thing we're showing you right now is the most updated list of prayer vigils that are already scheduled for tonight. There's one happening right now, the one over at Belmont University. They told us that they would be meeting at the Bell Tower, and you can see that right there in the center of your screen. So a service of prayer and lament at the Bell Tower at Belmont University. We've got another one coming up at 6:30. Scott, that one's at the Belmont United Methodist Church, right?
Sure, and it says Belmont UMC will have a visual 6:30 in the sanctuary there for the loss of lives. They're saying, feel free to come. If your heart needs a space to process what happened today. It says you're also encouraged to invite anybody you know who may also need this space, and we suspect that that will be well attended, and there are others that are coming up in the coming days as well.
Yeah, let's look here. We have a candlelight prayer vigil that is now set for tomorrow. So candlelight prayer vigil at the City Clock Tower, 6:30 on Tuesday, March 28th. So that'll be tomorrow night. And then Lipscomb University is going to have that one at Bison Square tomorrow at 7 p.m.
Sure, lots
Mass,
of those.
let's see, right at the bottom. Let's read that one
That's
too.
the Cathedral of the Incarnation on
Okay.
West End Avenue. Looks like, in fact, I remember seeing an email about that the bishop is actually going to preside over a Mass at 5:30.
And that's tonight, right?
Yes, in which these victims would be, I guess the Mass would be done in their name and their honor and their victory. My mother, my sister and I attended a Mass that after my mother passed, one of her congregation members asked if they would, I guess, hold a Mass in her honor, and we attended that.
Well, we're just getting word behind the scenes right now from some of our producers that this news conference from Metro PD and other law enforcement is expected to happen in about 5 minutes. We've got our live cameras trained in on the location. This is at Amsterdam. Hope we're pronouncing that right. It's like a medical facility that's on the same road as the school. So they've just moved spots to get out of the church.
I'm sure it's really
school
close
parking
by.
lot. Yeah,
Maybe
very close.
Next door, right across the street in Burton Hills.
So we'll take that in about 5 minutes when we expect all of our leaders to take to the podium. In the meantime, I just want to revisit the newest information in the last 5 minutes, and that is Metro PD, yes, has given us the names of the victims. I'll read to you the names of the children involved, all of them, by the way, all of these children 9 years old. We have Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. Again, all of them age 9.
Which should put them in the 4th grade, just based on what we know about children and what have you. And the other victims are identified as well. The adults in this case, Cynthia Peak, 61, Catherine Kuntz, the head mistress of this school, a 60-year-old woman, and Mike Hill,